I join in that chorus in saying good morning to you all, wherever you are. Thank you for joining us today. Friday, the 29th of August. I can hear you ticking down the days. Indeed, check, one word done. We're almost at the end of the month, and so we're almost at the end of the festival as well. For those of you who have not yet made your way over to the Grand Market where we are, then you are dilly-dallying. You really need to make that a priority today and over the weekend to soak in all that the region has to offer, which is, in one word, excellent. And so I want to encourage you, where possible, to go to carifesta.net, see what's happening today, find yourself and your space in any of those installations across the island, and come on over and enjoy what the region really truly is, exposing to the world as global excellence. So we're looking forward to having you with us today. It's a packed show, so I will not waste any more time, but good morning, welcome to Friday Indeed. Hope you have a lovely weekend today. And so joining me first up is Mashida. Did I say that right?
Yes, Mashida.
Yes, Mashida Phillip, who is a Grenadian-American filmmaker. She's on the island for Carifesta. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So, you are so cultural. Look at your earrings, look at your whole setup.
I'm telling you. I'm here representing Grenada.
And this is your second time to Barbados.
It is, indeed.
First time to Carifesta.
Indeed.
And your first reactions.
Wow. That's the best I can say, wow. I mean, I've been to festivals across the world, but just being here where we're celebrating the culture from the region, I'm just filled with pride, with amazement, astonishment. There's so much to ingest. And it's like, how do you spread yourself in 10 days?
If you had to do a movie on your experience at Carifesta 15, what would be the title?
Culture.
All right. That's a good start. That's a good start indeed. So you're here and you're doing some screenings of your work alone?
No. I am the film lead for Grenada. So I curated, let me just give you some back notes. I'm a filmmaker by trade, and I also started a film festival in Grenada. So I programmed all of the films that came to Carifesta representing Grenada, both locally and from the diaspora.
Describe for me the vibrancy of the film industry in Grenada.
It's emerging, but we have some really talented, up-and-coming filmmakers, as well as more established ones in the diaspora. So, yeah.
So, give me the range of the work that is on show. I know there's one more screening today.
Yes, we have.
So, give me the range of what we'll be engaging in.
So, what we have brought to Carifesta has been anything from documentaries, short documentaries, to short narratives, and art pieces. Yes.
So where would the screenings be today?
Today, I got to look it
She
up
has to look
because
it
there
up.
are so many locations.
Because you're so busy. Yes.
The film that will be screened today is A Synchronism in Caracou, and that's exploring our traditional kayak mass. And that screening will take place at Daphne Joseph Hackett Theatre at 5 p.m. at the Queen's Park Gallery.
Queen's Park Gallery is where we're going at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Make a date. As you leave work, head over to the Queen's Park Gallery and see the film from Grenada. And so your work is so telling. I took the time to take a look at some of your work. And the one that you started with was Scars of My Mother's Dreams. I thought, when I saw that as the title, I thought, that's interesting. Scars of My Mother's Dreams. My mother's dreams have left scars.
Actually is dealing with parental migration, and as a Barrow child, you know, in the Caribbean here, that is something that we all can relate to.
Yes.
And that's a story, that's my film actually, and I had that story to tell because I am a product of that, and I wanted to figure out, am I the only one that was impacted by parental migration? And when I went on that journey, I realized that I was not. There is so many of us within the region, and it's an international phenomenon as well. And it's a conversational starter for most people who've been through that process.
And so there's so many creatives now who are using different implements to do what you do.
Yes.
Everyone has suddenly become now a videographer of some sort. With their
content
phones.
creators. Yes, I've seen this.
Precisely. So let's talk about that and what you see to be the benchmarks, one, and the guardrails that we need to have in place to ensure that we do produce best, good quality content.
I think what it is a separation, and I hope that for future, that film, the art form of film, do not get watered down with content creation. There is a difference in you're creating something for immediate marketing purposes to show that we're here, presence. But with film, it's about storytelling. It's about the form of having something develop and blossom into a full-length educational purpose. So what we do as filmmakers, I like to say we are the historians, the visual historians, that is basically documenting the current times. So for us, we still take a lot of pride in ensuring, whether it's a short form, meaning a short film, or a long form, we still have to take that discipline to ensure that we can develop these things. I know culturally things is changing, appetite is changing. 60 seconds or less and we move on. But there's still something that is so unique and so authentic to ensuring that we still continue to invest in the film industry.
We're up against a paradigm that says cheaper is better.
Not necessarily.
Precisely. So let's break that
It's
down.
all about quality, right? And cheaper is, first of all, our industry is very expensive. The investment for cameras, for the talent in the whole 9 yards, and the amount of time that it takes to develop a film. People who are receiving it have no idea the amount of time that was put into it. So cheaper is not always better.
That's right. But it's an industry that involves so many different talents and
Yes.
inputs, from script writing to a whole. So it's an industry.
Yes, it is.
And therefore, if we're going to take this seriously, we need to pay attention to what the industry demands.
Yes.
I don't want to get too technical with your discussion because I know we're screening, we're filming, we're showing film today at
It's
5.
a conversation that's worth happening.
Yeah.
Because what I realize here, collectively throughout the region right now at Carifesta, there was upwards of about 200 Caribbean films that were screened here in Barbados over the last 4 days and continuing. And I do not feel personally that film has gotten the type of visibility that is needed, because you have so many filmmakers that have come here, and we're going to some of the venues, and it would have been nice to have a little bit more visibility on the screenings of the films.
That's a fair comment, and you're quite right. But this afternoon at 5,
Yes.
the Queen's Park Gallery.
Yes,
no,
it is.
The Queen's Park Gallery.
Yes.
That's where we will see Mashida Phillip's film.
Actually,
and other
the film
Grenadians'
is
film. Whose film?
the film is by two filmmakers from Grenada, Samuel Ogaville and Ian Friday. So they went into, it's a cultural art film that actually premiered in Venice, and we brought it here to Barbados right now.
Oh boy, it's been to Venice. That means it's going to be really good. Don't miss it at 5 this afternoon in the Queen's Park Gallery.
Yes.
I want to thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank
you for
you.
journeying to Barbados. Do come again, tell others about us, make the film.
Yes.
The wow. We
The
can't
wow.
wait to see it. Indeed.
We will.
And keep doing well what you already do so well.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're very welcome indeed. Mashida Phillips of Grenada. She is the one who's curated all of the film, and she's brought it here. She actually runs the film festival in Grenada. Look for her work online. You will see her trailer to her film, Scars of My Mother's Dream. It is really gripping, and if you can, take some time to see it indeed. But come to the Queen's Park Gallery for 5 and see more of what Grenada has to offer through film. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
So we've gone from film now into boxing, you better believe it, because upcoming soon in Barbados is a card showcasing some of the best boxers there are really around. And joining me right now is Jeff and Keith. They know more than I do, and perhaps you do, but you need to pay attention because you should be there indeed. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm well, Jeff. I'll start with you. Talk to me a little bit about the card that's upcoming.
The card is called Barbados Bash. For the longest time, the country here has been starving for live professional boxing. I'm from the United States, but I've made friends and come to know people like Keith and King and Kobe Breedy for years. Also, Obadeli Thompson. I've known him from way back in the day when he ran track and field. So I was excited to come here and to make this happen and bring boxing to the people. The entire card will be all Bajan fighters, and I'm excited about it. And we're here to make it happen on October 25th.
October the 25th. And
Yes, sir.
Where will it be?
It will be at the Lloyd Erskine Center.
Okay, at Lloyd Erskine Sanford Center, October the 25th, starting
6 o'clock,
in the
6
evening.
to 11.
All right, but more
Right.
details, of course, as it gets a whole lot nearer. And so how many boxers will be on the card?
It's probably going to be a good 10 fights, but the card's going to be loaded. We have some surprises. We have an old Olympian who's going to come out and fight, and Keith and King, Kobe Breedy, his brother. It's going to be exciting and an action-packed card. Trust me.
Trust me, 10 fights, imagine that. And
Right.
of course, who doesn't love to see a good brawl? Who doesn't love to see a good winner who rises from that brawl as well? And so, Keithlin, talk to me a little bit about your decision, one, to enter boxing, and how excited are you for this upcoming card?
Well, first, let me say, good morning, Barbados. Good morning, everybody. Well, I don't think I might be able to tell you the whole story, you know. I was former head boy at Parkinson Memorial School right next door to you guys. And I started boxing at Parkinson School, so I'm hoping that everybody that watching today, you know, if you was from Parkinson, whether or not you was from Parkinson, you did into school sports, we'd love to see you at the event. Because this is going to be the biggest boxing event that Barbados ever witnessed for the last decade or so, you know. They have me, they have Kobe Breedy that's leading the trend right now from Barbados, leading the trend in USA. We got a big surprise for the country. You know, we got Barbados' last Olympian to be on the card, so it can be fireworks, you know. And I would just like everybody to come out and see, you know, because, you know, I started boxing at Parkinson Memorial School, so all my friends that was there, you know, that give up. I decided never to give up, you know. You know, it was not easy. I ended up moving to the U.S., just chasing the dream. And thanks to Mr. Gatlin, he saw me and, you know, Kobe, and he willing to come home and make this possible. We've been trying. We couldn't get it done alone. We couldn't get it done without Mr. Gatlin.
And so,
You
a
know?
big thanks to him indeed. But you
Yes.
found your way through boxing.
Yes.
You've handled your nerves,
Yes.
you know, handling your emotions, and you're taking it out in the boxing ring. But nonetheless, how does it feel to have a brother whose name is really rising in Barbados? And did you guys used to fight before, box together?
Yes. Well, we started the box at the stadium with Mr. Everybody know Mr. Boyne.
Yes.
We never left Mr. Boyne. All the fighters in Barbados went through Mr. Boyne, you know. So
And that's not me, but go ahead.
yeah. So everybody that started boxing went through Mr. Boyne. So I'm happy. I'm excited to be at home. I'm excited. I hope everybody come out to the event.
Yeah. And so, Jeff, you've pulled together, you said, an all-Bajan card of boxers.
Yes, sir.
And so, therefore, you had to go in search of how difficult or easy was it for you to get them, to find them?
Not difficult at all. Once you know the business and you promoted several fights back in the States and here, and mind you, I'm taking this so serious that this is my second time here. I was here a month ago, and I will come back again to make sure I dot my I's and cross my T's, because this is not a one-off. I'm trying to create a brand here and bring boxing back to Barbados permanently. So I want the first show to be dynamic. So I'm using a lot of name fighters, well-known fighters, and fighters who have earned the shot to be on the main events, the co-main events leading up to this most prestigious fight. So it was pretty easy to make it, but I've made the rounds, been to several gyms, and I've met a lot of boxers in the short time that I've been here.
October 25th.
Yes, sir.
Lloyd Erskine Sanford Center.
Must see. Yes,
Must
sir.
see, beginning at 6.
I must see you there. I see you guys there.
He said he must see you there.
Must see you there.
Looking
Everybody.
forward to it indeed. And so very soon we'll hear how to access the venue.
The tickets will go on sale next week through TicketPal and other online resources. We have banners posted throughout the city. People won't have to guess and search as to how to get tickets to this fight.
All right. You were going to say something.
Yes, before I go, I just want to say to Barbados, make sure y'all come. Y'all gonna witness the biggest, best professional boxing ever. And so far, I knock everybody out.
Oh, really?
And I'm fighting so far we ain't signed us yet, but I'm fighting a guy from Guyana called the Clue. He said he's gonna drown me. So you know Barbados is surrounded by water. You know Guyana is the land of water. I can't swim, sorry to say. But I guarantee Barbados, October 25th, we ain't drowning, so come witness it. Everybody been knocked out so far, and hopefully he's next. And he's standing in the way.
Bosses are big talkers indeed, so it's
Yeah.
going to be a good time.
Barbados Bash. coming.
There's Barbados Bash
Yes,
on the
sir.
25th of October,
Yes,
Lauder
sir.
Skin Sandiford Center. Go to Ticket Pal and you can begin to purchase your tickets from next week. But you're
Yes.
seeing some 10 fights. 10 big fights of some big names and big boxers, knockouts included, and a whole lot more. We don't want to see wins on points. We want to see some good knockouts.
There we go.
So that's what it's about. Jeff Gatley and Keithlin King, thank you so much for joining us this
Thank you
morning.
so
Thank you,
much.
sir.
And all the best
Thank you.
indeed.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank
You're
you.
very
Thank
welcome.
you.
We're taking a break. We're back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
17 after 6, we're coming to you live from the Carifesta Village here at Waterford. Of course, it is the biggest space to be in Barbados. Indeed, so many people are coming over. If you haven't yet done so, please make time to make it happen this weekend, starting today. There is something here for you. There's someone waiting to see you as well. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about Carifesta, the cross-cultural exchange indeed. And so part of it is me meeting new people as well. And so I'm meeting this morning for the very first time Miranda Askey, who is a fashion and jewelry designer from Dominica, but she's now settled in Antigua and Barbuda. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
And you wear your art, right?
Yes, I'm a walking billboard.
She's a walking billboard. And so from the necklace to the earrings to everything is all you?
Everything, clothing, everything.
Even the clothing?
Yes.
So, okay, so you're very multidisciplinary here.
Yes, I am.
So talk to me a little bit about what got you into finding this skill or these skills that you have.
So from a tender age, I would say my mom, she was a seamstress, and it started off from there, with her dressing me up, me getting involved with family, doing fashion shows and all of that, 9 yards. So I've been involved in fashion from a very, very early age. And I propelled myself forward, and here I am today.
Do you design for men and women or just women
I
alone?
do a little bit for men because men do not shop like women do. I mean, the young ones today, they do shop. They give the young ladies competition.
Yes.
But right now, my main focus is ladies.
How did you describe your work? From your jewelry to your, how would you describe it?
So I tend to normally say I'm easy, breezy, sophisticated, elegance. I speak of elegance when I think of my clothing line, and I like people being comfortable in the garment they wear. So presently the capsule that I did is more for, I went into like a little dandyism and still kept my theme with the easy, breezy, sophisticated line.
How easy or difficult is it to always come up with something new? Because you look around and you see there's so many people wearing all sorts of different designs, but yours needs to stand out. How do you determine what it takes to make yours stand out?
Okay, so with thinking of the comfort of individual, and because I have staple pieces where I can build on or reduce on, I tend to go with those things, and I'm always thinking of women and how they want to portray themselves. So keeping these things in mind, I mean, where you can build up on the pieces and take it down a notch, and it all has to do with the conversation that you have on a regular basis with individual. You know in the direction you want to take your line. But I mean, you can listen to people as well, giving you ideas. But if you keep listening and you keep doing, you'll never reach anywhere. So you have to have a grounded niche about yourself where you work with, and no matter what, you build on that, and you can reach.
And you're quite right. I think, and listening to you, I'm hearing you also describe the consumer. Your clothing is a conversation piece. You're
Yes.
telling a story, you're making a statement. And the sooner you understand that about self, the sooner and the easier it becomes for you to decide what to wear and how to wear it, how to show up. Indeed, and I'm sure that's the kind of discussion you also have with your clients.
Yes, and I do have that discussion. So as I mentioned before, with my easy breezy style, and that I put a little bit of dandyism in this collection because everything is about dandyism right now. And then looking back at historically and the way how our forefathers, I wouldn't go as far as the forefathers, but our grandparents dressed, I think I'm portraying that look right now when you look at historical photos. And so I wanted to bring that along and still keep that easy sophistication going on with the line.
Are you showing here in the Carifesta Village?
I showed already. I showed on Monday, Miranda Askew Design. I think it started from 6 to 7, and I was featured, and I think I was the bomb.
All right. I mean, if you can't say that about oneself, who would? So you were the bomb, you are the bomb.
Yes.
And is your fashion available online?
Yes, www.Miranda Designs is where you can get me. I'm also on social media, which is Instagram, Miranda Askew Designs, and Facebook. I do a live every Friday, so if one wants to have a conversation with me where I dance my way into my fashion, and
Nice.
I have that conversation going.
Again, personality.
Yes, it's all about the personality.
Now, in terms of costuming, and I'm saying it in terms of the necklaces and the jewelry that you make, the pieces that you use, I'm seeing coral, is it?
So this is shell.
Shells.
The piece that I'm wearing is shells. And this is metal, which is, I do it in sterling silver and other material, copper, brass, so you name it, I do a variety. Some of my pieces, though they're one-off, I sort of built on it, so each piece has a unique look to it. So even if it's just adding a coral to something like this, it's yours. You can have that conversation. So, and be prepared. When you walk into a store or walk into any place, someone's going to say, wow, and you're going to continue that conversation going there.
And that's
but
what
just
you
bear in
represent.
mind, I'm Dominican born, based in Antigua, and just to give the rep, my people, they support me.
That's so lovely indeed. And so you're here in the village. You are at stall number...
I do not have a stall because
so you're over there.
So I just did the fashion show. I applied online, got through, and decided, I have to make strides, and that's what got me here. And Candy said yes, and here I am.
And Candy's such a fantastic soul, isn't she?
Awesome individual, quite an awesome individual, and I think she can represent my brand pretty well.
How important was it for you to be here, though, after receiving the invitation, to be here at Carifesta?
So the thing is, once you start, you want to be seen. You want to be out there. So this is an opportunity at Carifesta 15 to showcase. This is my first time showcasing in Carifesta, and for the world to see. And I think this is a great opportunity for the region and international waters as well.
And so it wasn't necessarily about, hey, let me just find a way to network with some international buyer. It was about showing up and showing out who you are, your global excellence in jewelry and in fashion and style. And so the reception to it has been phenomenal, I'm sure.
Yes, I mean, listen, my numbers are growing. And not just only numbers, because once numbers doesn't say much, but the word is spreading, and eventually it happens.
I just love it. You look stunning indeed. I wish you well in your creativity as well. I mean, what was it like, though, moving from Dominica to Antigua and Barbados?
I had no choice. It was at the tender age of 9. I had no choice.
That kind of movement. Okay.
And my dad was Antiguan, my mom Dominican. My father being a captain, going from shore to shore. You know the story behind that.
Yes.
And so He had two wonderful children with my mom, which is myself and my sister, Marlene Askey, my mom, Celestine Saint-Jean. So without them, I would not be here. My sister is my business partner in Miranda Askey Designs.
Wow, Miranda Askey, A-S-K-I-E is how you spell Askey. And of course, once you look for her on socials, you will find exactly where she is. And we can order, we can have discussion with you. You can craft to suit, you custom make, basically,
Yes.
as well. And so from jewelry to styling you, that's what Miranda Askey does. And so she's looking forward to continued interaction with all of you from wherever you are. Don't think you have to be in Antigua and Barbuda or in Dominica or in the Caribbean alone. Those of you who are watching from outside of the region, we want to encourage you as well to find her on socials, engage with her and see how she can style you in a way that creates conversation, creates ease, creates outstanding moments. And I think all of us individually yearns for that kind of attention as well. And so to you, you were saying?
Yes, so I just want to say a special thank you to Maria and to Andrew, because they are Bajans, right? And they're showing that Bajans are beautiful people, you know? I'm giving props to them and just saying thank you for all the assistance given.
You are most welcome. We are happy to be beautiful people because we love to accommodate. We just love other people as well. So good luck to you with all of your future endeavors, and thank you for joining me here on Morning Barbados.
A pleasure it is.
You are very welcome indeed. Morning Barbados takes a break. We are back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Quantum Production.
The Barbados Landship.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Seas may be rough. Watch it.
Quantum Production.
The Barbados Landship.
100% PHN. Yeah! This one don't have no guitar.
And these are the youngsters that we keep training to ensure that this tradition lives on.
Landship Flaggers, Julian. That's who we're seeing center stage right now, the Landship Flaggers.
We talking around, can with the big bumper pushing back. We talking it, and bad man ready for the attack. We talking it, you could hear we from all of the gap. We talking it, and the snare just going. When the talk was about this murder, this rhythm that you want further. First, second, and third, and we come to push it further. What? Big up every top man, Puka, Juanita, and Watson. I feel frog and fat man, Cable cover and dapper, and all of me is vision. Mr. Bartender, pass me the rum.
I'm telling you, last Friday there was no more proud Barbadian than myself while there in Queen's Park to see how the Barbados contingent came through with energy and passion and purpose and celebrated who we are as a people in Barbados. And a signal part of who we are in Barbados is our history in the Barbados Landship. And so what you just saw for yourself, ladies and gentlemen, is or was an example of the energy they brought to the stage. I'm happy to be joined by a few members of them. The president, for sure, of the Barbados Landship Association is with me, Wayne Worrell. Good morning to you, Wayne. And you've brought along some sub-lieutenants with you as well. Next to you is a Sub-Lieutenant Tidrian Eiffel. And at the far end is Sub-Lieutenant Tashara Woodley.
Good morning.
And Tashara, you were the one in white leading the cast. What did it mean to you to be the leader of the landship at that point? And what position was that? The captain?
Good morning to all. It means a lot to me, especially being a leader. Sometimes it can be nerve-wracking, but I managed. When I was out there, I just did everything and just do me.
I saw that you just did it indeed. And boy, did you all look good. And I was so very, very immensely proud of you. Tedrian, was it scary for you though, as well?
A little nervous, but...
Why?
Because...
Bring the mic closer to your mouth.
Oh, sorry, my bad. It's be a little nervous when you're actually like putting yourself out there, because everybody got the opinion about us already and stuff. They don't know much about Landship, especially the Barbados Landship itself. They always think about other people that do Landship instead of us, but it was great.
So what do you now know about Landship?
I know more about our traditions, our culture, and our heritage.
And so, but there's some instructions that are given to you by your captain that you instinctively understand. That meant that you must have taken time to understand what it means to be a member of the Landship and one of the service members of the Landship. And as a sub-lieutenant, yours is also a very signal role.
Yes, please.
What as sub-lieutenant are you responsible for?
I'm a leader of a community group. We are expected to call them the Sobers. We operate from the Barbados Public Workers, and their ages consist of young children from around the community area.
How many years have you been doing this now?
5 going on.
That's a long time, but no regrets, right?
No regrets.
What about you, Tashara?
I only started last year.
Really? And rose the captain in the Barbados opening gala?
I'm the captain in Barbados with Advanced Corps, and I'm...
Oh, you know to order people around?
Pardon me?
Nothing. But you're enjoying this so far, right?
Yes, please, I am.
Waiting to hear these young ladies express in the way that they are expressing their passion for Landship. That must make you so proud.
It's very, very proud. It's quite exciting, and these are some of the young, dynamic leaders, and we have many of them. In fact, I remember you just mentioned calling orders and whether they understand orders. These are some of the best at calling orders. Tadrian have a beautiful rhythm in which she calls her commands and orders. So apart from understanding, they also are young leaders who lead other young people. Tadrian's group is about 25 or so young children who come from the community, and they operate at the Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union, who's a wonderful partner of ours, who allow us to use their training room. Sub-Lieutenant Woodley, as she mentioned, is actually the leader of one of our most dynamic and beautiful landships, which is the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps. We call it BYAC.
Right.
And they do an amazing job in terms of assisting and helping to bolster the presentation of the landship. And yes, I'm extremely proud of them, and there are many, many, many more young people out there.
I know the last time we spoke,
Yes.
there was a mission to go into the community to broaden the appreciation for the landship and to bring into the core more. How has that been?
It's been fantastic. Right now our numbers are around 400 persons, and these are not people who practice just landship. These are actual members who are understanding the idea of strength in numbers, of helping each other, the community spiritness that we are trying to promote, and the idea that an individual can do a lot more once they have community and they have togetherness. So it's been going pretty well. Again, the last time I mentioned, one of our biggest problems is that we don't have enough resources to reach the demand. And again, this is something we are working on. I want to take a moment to thank the NCF and the Ministry of Culture, who have been wonderful partners with trying to assist us to broaden our mission to bring landship to the wider community. So I must thank them along with the Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union.
It is beautiful to see the stretch that we've gone into ages now. Some very, very young people are excited about Landship, and they're doing it so very well indeed. And so, are you comfortable, almost confident that the tradition is living on?
Well, I'm overwhelmed actually.
Yes.
They're the ones who inspire us because they are so eager. Very often they don't even want to stop.
Nice.
And you have to say, we need to take a break. Okay, it's been 2 hours and we need to leave here soon, etc. But it's very, very heartwarming that we can, through the Landship, teach Barbadian history, creativity, because it was very creative in the way that they were able to manage the susu, which is, we call the meet and turn, was able to help each other, whether it was for some sort of welfare support, health support, death benefits, etc. These are all the things they did, but it was so creative that ordinary Barbadians came together and made this happen. So as we push the dance and the whole culture of Landship, we are also trying now to bring back that sense of being one's brother's keeper and community and helping one another in community.
When the colonizers granted us emancipation, they thought they had broken us. You're kidding. Look at what has happened through the Landship. What we just saw, and I wanted to come back, if we can play it again, was the maypole and how you plait that maypole. That requires coordination and paying attention. How easy or difficult is that for you, Tashara?
All you have to do is, they have commands when they're given. You just listen carefully or you will miss out. That's all that. Yeah.
You better listen or you'll miss it, indeed.
I want to say, though, that we're doing maypole demonstrations here at the Grand Market.
Yeah.
And we're actually teaching people how to do the maypole and some of the Landship maneuvers that you're seeing there. So any person who just wants a taste of Landship can come to the Grand Market, and over at the back, we would have our
So over there
live
near
engine.
to where the books are and so forth and the fashion
That's
shows
right.
are happening, that's where you'll do it
That's
today
right.
too?
Every day.
Every day, what time?
We do it at around, we start at 6 o'clock.
In the
so
evening?
we do, yes, from 6 to about 9. But we start around 5. We get here around 5 and we try to get people warmed up and interested.
I would have left already, man.
Yeah, we
Jeez,
got
oh,
live
bread.
engine, which is a tuck band.
Whoa.
And we go through the instructions and guaranteed 10 minutes, you'll be plaiting the maypole.
All right, so the Landship is alive and well. I mean, as I told you, they thought they could break our spirit, but that's a joke. We found ways through the Barbados Landship to persevere, to take those rough seas on and to plow right through to destinations beyond one's imagination. And so that's what it represents indeed. And so for anyone who wants and is moved by what you're saying, Wayne, and wants to be a member of the Landship, how can they go about doing so?
You can contact us at 820-7279.
820-7279.
And we will send you a link.
Okay,
Right,
cool.
a link to sign up.
All right, gotcha,
Yes.
gotcha. Little ones, get involved. Older ones, you can get involved as well. The Barbados Landship is alive and well. You saw it for yourself in the opening ceremony for Carifesta 15. They're having operations and demonstrations here every day from 6 in the evening. If you're here a little early, they'll do a demonstration for you as well. How to plait that maypole, how to listen to instructions, how to coordinate beautifully. So what we see as fun and spectacle on stage is really a discipline. And it's one that has taken time for them to develop indeed. So to all of you, kudos. Well done. Well done. You made us so very proud indeed. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We're coming back in a moment with more on Morning Barbados from the Carifesta Village.
This one for the whole and this one for the young. So anytime you see we coming down, we talking around.
And the Admiral leading the Landship. Here they come.
The big bumper pushing back. We talking it, and bad man ready for the attack. We talking it, you can hear we from all of the gap. We talking it, and the snail just going. Everybody talking through, Landship them talking too, rebels them talking too, Mother Sally she talking too. Everybody talking too, talking all them talking you. Talking.
morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
19 to go to the hour now as we turn our attention to something coming up that is attending to special needs. People with special needs are people too. And so we need to be able to find ways to, one, understand, and in understanding we have a greater appreciation for, but also to be able, in understanding and having an appreciation for, to provide. And so Sharon White has stumbled upon something that's really outstanding, and so she'll talk to us a little bit about that. But she's brought along a very familiar face to all of us. When we were talking about autism early in the year, Sharon Walker was also here. So good morning to you, Sharon and Sharon.
Good morning to you.
Y'all can
Good
do
morning,
it
Barbados.
together, call Sharon and Sharon. So Sharon White, what's going on?
Well, it is more Sharon's,
it's Sharon's
brainchild.
okay.
It's her brainchild. I am here more or less as a corporate person that has decided that this is a wonderful initiative, and CEO Williams is excited to continue to support them. This is a 4-year venture, but Sharon will tell you more about the details. And we think that, yes, as you say, it takes a village to raise a child, and we have come on board, and we will stay on board as long as we possibly can.
And I'm so thankful for that. I'm not speaking on behalf of you, Sharon, but you know, I'm sure you're thankful too.
I am, very much so.
What is it that you're doing that would give further support to people of autism?
Well, I started this project 4 years ago, right? Because I also have a son who's 10 years old, autistic, nonverbal, high on the spectrum. And I took him to a fair, just normal fair with all our children and stuff, and I saw the reaction with his behavior on the ground, the reaction from people and everything. So I went home, you know, flustered and everything, and I thought to myself, there have to be something that we can do on our own where we feel comfortable in our own environment, not having anybody judge us, judge the children, do what I want. So I came up with this idea that, what about doing something for just autism children, just us and the parents, and being the parent too. It was not only for the children, for the relaxation for the parent also. So the first person I called was my friend Sharon. And I said, Sharon, will you think about this? And you know, what you think I need to come on board. And she was like, you don't need anything, I can come on board. you know, she said, okay, I'm gonna speak to my team and we can get together and we can do something. And 4 years ago, I started with just 10 parents, 10 families. You know, went to a pool site and everything. I had everything catered. Sharon was like, you have everything, you know, good. And then I moved up, bigger, 15 family. I took them to the submarine. And I deal from ages from 3 years old to 48 years old. Young adults also and things. And up now, today, I'm having 100. 100.
That's growth. That's beautiful growth. But that also means there's a need. That
There
there are more
is
and
a
more
need.
people
There
who
is
are
a need.
confident and comfortable enough to say, and raise my hand, I do have autism and I'm not ashamed of it.
No.
I do have a child who has autism. I am not ashamed of it. So we've come a long way as a community indeed.
Yes, we have. And more is getting out there more.
Yeah.
You know, people are being more educated about it. I don't even have to tell anybody my son is has autism now. They're like, okay, I recognize his symptoms, I recognize it. So it's out there more.
But the whole thing I think should happen next is what can I do to help? And so that is what you're also trying through the messaging for people
Yes.
to understand that as a community, we can all do something to help. And it starts with understanding.
Yes.
And you know my story because I shared it with you as
Yes,
well.
you did.
And it's through understanding that I can now better communicate with. And that's the whole thing. So you can have a more meaningful relationship with someone who has autism. But to understand means that you also have to understand how the caregiver is impacted. And that's why I think your operation, what you're doing now, is so critical that you, as you said, you give a chance for the parents and the caregivers to take a break.
Yes.
To take a break. It's not easy.
Yes, because what we have is a water event. We all know autism kids love water, all fashion, drinking, playing, swimming, everything. So what I decided to do, instead of a pool where you have to get more conscious, I decided that I'm going to take them to an open spot where everybody involved is all totally free, but they can bring their own pool, beach chairs and everything. We fill up it and we play a water sports game. The children come down the water slide, everything. Last year the rain fell, and you should see the grandparents and the parents in the rain with water pistols, with water balloons, and it was a beautiful thing. And I must praise people like C.O. Williams to coming on board. You know, we got Auntie from the school that come on, Leah, Auntie Leah come on. And then from the time I mention it, people are like, even if they can't give their all. Even some people that said that they can't come on board as yet, they say, I like the initiative and saying, attack me next year, come for me next year. So we just asking for more corporate Barbados or so to come on board with something like that.
So when is the activity?
The activity is Sunday, the 31st. This Sunday coming.
Oh boy, Sunday coming.
Yes.
What time and where?
It is at Glebe's, the Kids World in Glebe, St. George.
The Kids World at Glebe?
Glebe is actually practically behind the polyclinic.
Okay,
There's
I got it then. I got you.
that
I
has
got you
jumping
now.
tanks
Location.
Yes,
So
location.
it's just behind the Glebe Polyclinic.
Yes,
That's
please.
where we're heading on Sunday. From what time?
It's from 10 till 6.
And so for those who have not yet, do we have to pay or we just show
No,
up?
there's no cost, but there was a registration that you had to registration. The registration is gone, and I am totally overwhelmed.
Okay, so it's 100
I am
or so.
totally overwhelmed because with security and insurance and stuff, I think because what happened is, if you are a parent and you have one child that's autism, but you have another child that doesn't have autism, I'm not turning back that child.
Precisely.
They come along with their sibling.
You're
Right,
doing
so
well.
I'm trying to keep on the board, but it was a really overwhelming response this year. I still have people calling me interested in it and stuff.
But
so
registration is closed.
Yes, registration is
and with a partner
unfortunately.
like C.O. Williams, you have a really good partner by your side, right, Sharon?
Yeah.
We try our best. As I said, when I took it to the team, they said, listen, this is a no-brainer, Sharon, we'll be on board. And so each and every year, we just try to make sure that the team and the children have everything that they need to enjoy that day and to feel a part of society.
Indeed,
yes.
so. They are a part of our society.
Yes,
and so
indeed.
we're celebrating with the Autism Association. This is your private or this is the
This
Autism
is my private
Association?
thing called Two Loving Moms. This is
Two loving moms.
Yeah.
Two loving moms.
T-double-O,
indeed.
Loving Moms. I was like, what name am I going to say? And I said,
Yeah.
I look at my son one day, I too love you and all.
Too sweet.
So
I
I was
like that. I like
two
that.
loving moms. So,
Two loving moms, indeed.
So I
And
just decided that thing. So this is the foundation I started
All right.
on my own, but associated with
Well done.
also.
Well done. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you. And so I'm proud of all of you as well who have registered, who will be a part of it. And this is, again, a part of a movement forward. Understanding causes us to take steps shorter. And so as we spent time earlier this year sharing with you about autism, I'm thankful that you're getting the idea. I'm wearing my blue still in support of autism, and I want you to continue not just to be aware and show support, but show support in very tangible ways as well. And that starts with understanding. Read up more about it. Understand the condition. It is not a death sentence, but we can manage it together as a people. And remember, a child with autism is a brilliant child. They will amaze you. Give them the opportunity. So Sharon, thanks.
Thank you very much.
having
I
us.
wish you well. Bring me the report.
Of course, pictures and videos and everything.
Of course, all of that. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
We're coming back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
I am so thrilled to have with me Colombia in the house indeed. Through its representative, the ambassador to Barbados, Her Excellency Elizabeth Taylor J. Good morning to you. Good to have you again.
Good morning, Mr. Bowen. How are you?
I'm
Thank you
doing
so
well.
much for inviting
You
us
are
today again.
very welcome. Again, you're wearing your national colors. You're wearing it so
Yes,
beautifully.
Thank you. Just
Indeed.
like my country, colorful and beautiful.
You see how you're going to love this woman? And you've only, it's what, 6 months or so now you've been
Yeah,
here?
6 months, yes.
Wow, and you've done so much in 6 months in terms of impacting people, impacting processes, and impacting a significant relationship between Barbados and your state, and Colombia.
Yes.
I know you just recently, last week, as a matter of fact, opened the embassy. I was there for that.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much
You're
for being
welcome.
there. Yes, it was such a very important moment after 23 years reopening the embassy. A great milestone, and looking forward for many, many engagements with Barbados to take our relation to another level.
I think it was also important for me to sit there and see your vice president of Colombia was also there. She showed up, and she is such herself an outstanding woman in the fields. She is passionate about the environment.
Yes. Yes, definitely. I mean, she got the Goldman Award many years ago. So she have been like really advocating for environmental protection, and some of the rivers in the region where she come from, she defended these rivers from a lot of exploitation. So she's a really important figure in our country, and of course now a global leader.
Indeed, so a really big global leader. So she was here. We had, I remember I saw the president of Barbados, acting president, Dr. Jeffrey Gibson, and his wife, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Carrie Simmons, the Minister of Labor was there. We had other members of embassies on island who were there as well. So it was really a wonderful occasion. And it must mean something to you as ambassador, sitting in the office of ambassadorship, and to now begin to have real dialogue between the two states.
Yes, definitely. And one of the important aspects of our dialogue at this moment is how we can boost tourism between our two countries. And we are seeking to have talks around connectivity. So how do we connect Colombia and Barbados more directly? We continue to say, why do we need to go to the north to come to the south?
That's right.
And of course, now we have connectivity through or via Panama, but we want to try to see if we can get direct connection from Colombia.
Still a work in progress.
Yes,
Still a work in progress. But you know, one of the things that connects, I think, people to people is culture.
Yes.
And so that's why Carifesta is on. Carifesta is bringing together the peoples of the region to expand the culture. And Colombia has also brought its culture to Carifesta.
Yes.
Talk to me about what it meant to have a contingent, have a delegation here for Carifesta to be a part of this melting pot.
Oh, I mean, this is so important for us. And everything, it's just working so well that Carifesta happened also at this moment, and we were fortunate to inaugurate the embassy like some days before, one day before Carifesta opening. And for me, it's a real privilege to have Creole here. It's a group that was established in 1986, and it comes from the archipelago where I was born, so it have even much more significance for me, and people to people, and culture and music. I think it's one of the aspects that bind us. Even of course, we had Barbadians goes to Panama many years, 100 years ago, and who knows, maybe the genes of some of those Barbadians are in San Andres Island because we are so close to Panama, and people exchange for many centuries between these regions. So I think it's very, very important for us to have Creole here. And they are one of the most amazing groups, folklore groups that we have in our archipelago, and of course have been exposed worldwide now.
Fantastic. And so, good morning to you, sir. Is this Felix, Mr.
Yes,
Mitchell?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mitchell, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, sir. Good morning, Barbados. Good morning, Bijan.
Well done.
Glad to be here.
And so, are you the leader of the band?
I manage, but he's a director.
So you don't play?
Yes, I play, but I do the management.
And it's a drum corps. Basically, you're drummers.
No.
What do you
That's a in almost 400 years ago, the drums was prohibited in San Andres.
Really?
So we grew up without that juncano that you have, that drums tradition that you have. But in 1999, 2000, Creole decided to bring back the drums. So now we have drums. We use sometimes djembe, we use sometimes the bongo, and we started it because it's part of us.
Yes.
It's the African beat.
We can't miss that. We can't resell ourselves from that. And so I know as part of the opening as well, Ambassador, there was a display of your culture and a dance.
Yeah.
The music had me. To start with, the music opened up the opportunity to have conversation. And then we saw the dance. And that was a marriage between Barbados and Colombia.
Yes, definitely. So we had a Barbados dancer, and then we had a Colombian lady dancer. And the most incredible thing is that they spent 2 days rehearsing. That I mean, she taught the Barbados dancer on that dance because he didn't know about it.
Yes.
And it was so amazing that, for instance, the acting president, when I told him that was a Bajan who were dancing with our Colombian, he couldn't believe it.
I couldn't believe it myself. It's only when I read the narrative I thought, oh, hang on, he's Barbadian?
Yes.
Dancing so well. But I was interpreting the story. It seemed to me as though there was a chase of sort. I've got that right?
Yes.
And so she opened up all of her beauty to say, and I will catch you. You can't escape from me, dude. But he was also courting her with this expression. So he was having a fun time mating. And it was beautiful to see how it all came together, Barbados and Colombia, through that dance. That is beautifully displayed. And that's part of the culture of Colombia. If you haven't yet seen it, you really need to get involved in the culture of Colombia. But you, Mr. Marlon Acosta, welcome to Barbados.
Thank you a lot. It's a pleasure to be here sharing for the first time. It will be, but it's really a privilege to be here sharing with you.
Are you excited about Carifesta?
Yes, this is one of the most important fests I've heard about, and really we wanted to be here for a long time.
And we're happy to have you here.
Thank you.
So while here, what have you been up to?
Well, we have been performing, doing the background of our music. The idea is that our music will go to the next generation. So we are doing that work, teaching children and trying to keep on playing some music, creating. He is a composer also. He's not only the managing, but he's also a composer. So we have some fresh music coming up.
Oh, sweet. And so, Mr. Composer, don't hide this secret from us. Talk to us a little bit about how we can consume your work.
We have the tradition of the Caribbean, and so what we write about is things that happens in the Caribbean and things that the Caribbean people can understand clearly, because we have almost the same tradition, the same musical culture. So people can consume it because it's things that we have been used to for a long time.
Wow.
Connect to your heart.
Exactly, exactly. And the heart beats.
Yes, I know.
And so that's the beautiful whole thing. Colombia Day, Ambassador.
Yes.
Colombia. I know your Independence Day is July the 20th.
The 20th was a Sunday.
Right. And so there was a celebration here too for Colombia Day. Talk to me about the importance of Colombia Day.
Yeah, so definitely on the 20th, I mean, before opening the embassy, we didn't want to really do a Colombian Day. So the day we did the inauguration, we exalt the Colombian Day. And next year, we're going to have a very, very important display just for Colombia Day. That's the day that Colombia, of course, earned its independence, and we're really looking forward. And you speak about the dances. Well, our idea is to really have a display of people from the different regions of Colombia with their different dances. And we have all these carnivals also. Some of them are World Heritage. So the idea is to show a little bit more of what Colombia entitles to. And during this month, maybe this is the first time I'm speaking about this, but we are going to have a week of peace with nature. The idea is to, because Colombia hosts COP16, the Convention of Biological Diversity last year in Cali, and we want to embrace that the 21st of September is the International Day of Peace. So that week we are going to have a set of program. So we will bring like 3 ladies from different regions of Colombia and guardians of the oceans, and they will speak about their particular experience in their community, in their villages, what they are doing to be agents of change for environmental protection and, of course, at the same time for economic growth of their communities. So it's going to be amazing. We're going to have a plastic artist that will do art with recycling materials, and she will do master class also to maybe with the schools and the University of West Indies. Yeah.
You have brought such energy to the role of ambassador, indeed. We have to keep up with her, ladies and gentlemen, because it's going to be outstanding, the work that you're doing.
Yes.
And so the Creole group is here.
Yes.
They're a group of drummers.
Yes.
And are they still showcasing at Carifesta, or are their stint is over?
So we are going to have a show tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, tonight
Okay.
at 8 p.m. Right here at Grand Market at the Carifesta Village. So we do invite everyone to come and really have the vibe with us with Creole.
Oh, I can't wait. So show up tonight. Tonight is Friday night at 8 o'clock in the Grand Market, of course, is where you will see the Creole group from Colombia. Colombia is here. Colombia is here to stay, because Ambassador Taylor J is not going to let it stop, indeed. And we're looking forward to that week in September, where we can even learn more from the work that is being put into the care of our environment, the care of, and the adjustments of our behaviors as well. And it's a greater understanding indeed. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you so much,
and
gentlemen.
Mr.
And the
Bowen.
Creole group, thank you very much for coming to Barbados. And I hope that Barbadians really do show up in numbers this evening. I think they will, to experience what you guys have to offer. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank
Ambassador,
you so much.
again.
Okay.
We're taking a break. We're back in just a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
4 minutes now after 7 o'clock. Oh, we met online and here we are in person. Andrew Carew, good morning to you.
Good morning, Pearson. How
Welcome.
are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm great. It's good to be back home in Barbados for Carifesta.
What does that
15.
mean to you, though, to be home?
Well, you know, first of all, I'm a hairstylist, and I've been traveling the world doing my thing, and actually being recognized by my peers, by my people, by my country for all the accomplishment that I've been doing, being brought home to actually do a master class. So that was yesterday, and it was quite fantastic, just sharing my journey with everybody.
So give me a sense. I'm not a hairstylist, so I don't know what you told them. So tell me what you told them.
Okay, the conversation was basically about how I got started, how it happened, how it evolved after COVID, and that whole situation where behind the scenes in the fashion world in Milan and Paris, what it entails, what goes on. People have no idea about it, so I shared my experiences with them.
Here is here, or is here here?
hair is hair.
That's all
because
it
we're
is.
not going anywhere. So that's the whole thing about it. So actually, it
It's how
works
you take
best.
care of that hair.
Exactly, you know, and
Yeah.
there's so many different ways to take care of hair. But in fashion world, it is about creating a look that complements the outfit, complements the collection, I should say, in conjunction with the makeup artist, in conjunction with the stylist, in conjunction with the designer. So it's a whole component that we all come together to do.
Are you satisfied that in the Caribbean, there's a sensitivity to that approach that you just spoke of?
Sensitivity in what sense are you trying to
about
say?
how all of those elements come together for one outstanding display.
Well, it's what it is. It's how a collection is delivered. You can't have a weak appearance in the hair and a strong collection. It all has to correlate. So it's
in
not a
your-
weakness.
But in
it's a
your
strength point.
masterclass,
Yes.
were you happy with it? No, I shouldn't say happy. That's not a fair comment. Assess for me the competencies that you found in the masterclass you had.
There wasn't really competencies because there was actually being interviewed by Candy.
Oh, okay.
So we had a conversation about it. It was not something that there were demos and I was actually instructing. That's not what it was about. It was about discussion about the hair industry in the fashion world, backstage, how it happens, giving an insight, let's just say, on how it is.
How busy are you?
Very. I'm always busy. Booked and busy, as they say, right?
And I'm asking that for a reason because oftentimes people just are content to stay within the little salons and do what they do and that's it. But to be able to do what you do through here and to be able to travel the world and find lifelong employment through it, a lot of people don't give thought to it.
Well, you know, times are changing. You have to evolve and you have to go up and attain things that are going to make you evolve. And the opportunity came to me in 2020. I was doing it prior in New York. In 2020, and I just evolved and tried to grasp it. You know, I've got a fantastic agent in Milan who books me on all the shows. Big up to show division. So I'm quite happy with that.
Right. Show up and show out. And so styles, are there styles based on culture and location?
It depends on the collection.
It always depends on the collection.
It depends on the collection and not always, you know, one culture. You know, it just as I said, it all complements the entire collection.
That is as simple as that. It complements the collection.
Yes.
Understand the collection, understand that basically the assignment, and then you create accordingly around that particular assignment.
And, you know, make sure the vision is always the primary factor in the whole assignment.
So you're home. How long are you here for now?
I leave next week, so I just was brought in on Sunday.
Right.
Came in a couple days earlier, attended most of the master classes, and enjoyed it. Did mine yesterday. Now it's time to relax and enjoy some friends and family time, and then I'm back to Toronto.
Explore the whole village.
I have done it numerous times, over and over and over. So it worked really fun and was really well for me, actually. I was quite appreciative of Carifesta bringing me home for this.
Oh, it's so good to have you. You need to have your expertise to be able to share with those in the industry as well, from your expertise, other ways of taking that approach when they learn from your example.
Correct.
Andrew, thank you.
Thank
for
you so
joining us.
much
You're very welcome.
Yes, and hope to see you in person again, not from my living room in Toronto. But thank you so much for having me.
You're
all
very
right?
welcome.
Awesome.
You're very welcome. Likewise.
Have a great day.
Likewise. We're back after this.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
We're 10 after 7, so Carifesta is on, but we're also gathering in St. Andrew. Do not forget, we are gathering in St. Andrew perhaps. We want to invite all of those who are coming to Carifesta to come down to St. Andrew tomorrow, Saturday indeed, because there's going to be a full day of full fun. And so joining me as we take a look at what's happening in St. Andrew tomorrow is Dion Warner, who is the assistant to the Fringe Coordinator. Good morning to Dion. Good morning. And she brought back Shamika Watson. Sorry, Shamika.
Good morning.
I know I love to give you trouble all the time. Right? So let's talk a little bit about what's happening tomorrow. Let's put that into context, Dion. What's happening tomorrow?
Okay, so tomorrow, August 30th, we have a big cultural extravaganza in Belle Plaine. This is a collaboration between the Carifesta Secretariat and the Regathering Secretariat. So what we have, well, this embraces the community aspect because it falls under the Fringe program of Carifesta. So this is the community aspect where we bring Carifesta to the people. So we have a number of delegations that are going down to Belle Plaine tomorrow. We have Colombia, we have Antigua, we have Trinidad, we have Tobago, we also have Suriname. So most of the persons who are still here on island from Carifesta are going all down to Belle Plaine tomorrow.
Is literally Carifesta in the community?
Correct.
In the community of St. Andrew, Belle Plaine, St. Andrew. What time does it start?
It begins at 11 a.m.
Right,
and
and it
we're
runs
going
till
all
night.
the way down to 8, 9.
Till night, till night, till you're tired and you want to go home indeed. And so Shamika, are we ready for this, sister?
We are definitely ready, Pearson. We are definitely ready, and we are welcoming the Carifesta contingent down to St. Andrew. It's going to be our final event for our August calendar, and I must say a huge thank you to St. Andrew and everyone else for coming out and taking part in our activities. Now, for Carifesta coming down to us, it's awesome. It is awesome because we do have some persons that might not be able to get to the village. So it's a very, very good initiative with Dion and them to come down to us.
Were you saying to me that stalls will be set up showcases some
Yes,
of what they have brought in?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
And Belle Plaine playing field is a big
It's
field.
huge,
It's huge.
yes.
It's huge. And so all around there will be stalls. We can come and see. If we can't get to the village to make our purchases, come to Belle Plaine tomorrow and make your purchases. Come to Belle Plaine tomorrow and engage with the delegations as well. So it's really, like you said, Carifesta
and it's
in Belle Plaine.
Yes, and it's also giving the local performers for St. Andrew a chance to showcase
That's
their
right.
talent as well. So it's all inclusive for us in St. Andrew.
So who from St. Andrew is performing tomorrow?
We're going to have Jadon Holligan. We're
Wow.
going to have the Silver Tones.
Yes.
We're going to have Marvin Marshall. We're going to have Sean Yearwood. We're going to have a pretty nice mixed crowd that we're going to have.
Big up St. Andrew,
Yes.
big up St. Andrew. Yeah. And that's what's happening tomorrow from 11 in the morning. Of course, would people be busting? Is there a shuttle situation? Okay, make your way down.
Yeah, just
And
make
for
your way
parking,
down.
Park on the highway and walk in. Indeed, as you make your way towards East Coast, park and walk in. That's how we live in the country.
Yes,
You
that
say
is
it's
how we
all right.
do
You can occupy a space in my front yard and come through. But I'm just kidding. Be kind to everybody. But tomorrow is going to be quite a vibrant day. Stalls, food, eats and drinks, stage set up for performances.
Yes.
That's right.
Remind me the contingents who are coming again, for
So
sure.
we're gonna have Antigua. We have Colombia. We have some dancers from Trinidad as well. We have the Honeybee Strings from St. Kitts and a couple of their calypso artists. We're also gonna have Hell's Gate. Those are from Antigua. That's a steel orchestra.
I know.
And then we're gonna have the Q-Time Band from Suriname. And a couple of other groups from Barbados as well who are going to be performing as well.
The Hell's Gate Steel Orchestra is awesome. They perform. You saw them performing at the one of the nights here in Carifesta Village. They're coming to St. Andrew Belle Plaine tomorrow. The string band from St. Kitts and Nevis. We have some delegations from St. Kitts and some delegates here already.
Okay.
They are also quite awesome tomorrow. Coming in, and the Hell's Gates from Antigua, St. Kitts is going to be there. Colombia, you met the ambassador a moment ago. Those drummers are coming tomorrow. They're bringing the best of what the region has to offer. And if you're talking Trinidad, you know you're talking greatness here.
Yes.
So this is going to be a wonderful day, a whole day for the entire family to come down where Carifesta is moving to St. Andrew tomorrow from 11 o'clock in the morning. So everything you know about Carifesta and you have been experiencing all week long, thou shalt experience tomorrow at Belplain in St. Andrew. It begins at 11, it run till night time. Food and drinks on sale. A huge stage for performances. The best of St. Andrew will also be on sale, on stage, and including the Silvertones of Barbados. It is going to be great.
It is.
This is going to be a wonderful, wonderful day, and you've had a phenomenal month.
We have, Pearson, we definitely have.
A really, really good month. Everyone came for the crabs? I know, don't say it right.
Yeah.
You better add that to the menu. You better go crabbing tonight and get ready for tomorrow.
We'll try.
You know, we want our neighbors from around the world to come and experience how we do crabbing in Barbados and taste our crabs as well.
I'll speak with the vendors to see what can be arranged.
Credit me with the idea.
I will.
But it's all happening tomorrow, folks, from 11 o'clock in the morning on Belplain playing field. Get there early, find your favorite spot. Get there early, stay the whole day. All of the traditions that we know that happens when we line, we'll be doing tomorrow as well. But we're going to have a great time simply because Carifesta is going to be there. You get a chance to purchase some of those items that you may have not had the opportunity to do so yet. You will find it there at Carifesta as well. It's going to be quite a village, in a village, tomorrow in St. Andrew, Belplain. It starts at 11, goes till Thy Kingdom Come, something for the children to do and for all of us of all ages and stages. So do not miss out, indeed. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Is there anything you want to join quickly? Good, we covered? Good. Dion, thank you. Shamika, thank you as well. All the best.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. We're coming back right after this.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Hi, I'm Euclid from Trinidad and Tobago, and this is the Ankh Home Store. What we specialize in is home accents, all with an African flavor to it. So you can get your teacups, your bowls, your dashikis, your mask, your bags. We have pillows. So come on down. It's so lovely to be here in Barbados. It is beautiful. The weather is lovely. Come and see all the lovely items we have. Tell a friend, bring everyone to the Carifesta Grand Market.
Hola, somos de Panamá. Mi nombre es Alexander.
So at Carifesta, we are getting an opportunity for just 1 week, really, literally 1 week, to just enjoy the best that the Caribbean has to offer. And one of this, or a series of bests, really came from the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. They came as a small delegation, but Lord have mercy, they did pack a big punch here at Carifesta indeed. And that speaks to the brilliance and the excellence that reside in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. One of which is a little 9-year-old girl. Her name is Corinne. Corinne is the author a genius author, dare I say. Corinne, good morning to you.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And yourself?
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for asking. I'm well as well. It is such a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
You have?
I have indeed. I heard that you're really good. Is that true?
I have some of my books with me today.
How long have you been writing now?
Since I was 4.
Since you were 4? And you're how old now?
9. I'm turning 10 this year.
You're a tiny little one indeed, but you are packing the punch. May I see your books? Just
Yes,
a moment.
here you go.
I know your books are also available in the book library that's here at
Yes.
Carifesta as well. She's written one called The Chronicles of Corinne, The Haunting of Brimstone Hill. Whoa, this is a ghost story, isn't it?
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about this one.
Well, this one originally started out as like a spooky story for school and a competition for Halloween. And when I won, I decided to add some more chapters and turn it into this book.
Do you play?
If I play what?
What do you play?
Oh, I play piano.
You play piano? Do you have fun? What's your funnest thing to do?
I really like to sketch. I like to draw.
Okay, everything is about you to be creative. This is fantastic indeed. And so this little book here, The Chronicles of Corinne, The Haunting of Brimstone Hill, is a book for every child who has a dream. And so when you sat to write all of this, did you see that it would have flowed into all of this?
No, I did not. But here we are.
But you're happy. Here we are indeed. And then there's this one called The Chronicles of Corinne, Adventures in St. Kitts and Nevis. What's this about?
Well, I used to live in Trinidad, but when I still lived in Trinidad, I'd like to visit St. Kitts. And those are some places that I loved. And those are some beautiful places that I love to visit when I visit St. Kitts.
Oh, you've been to the Mango Festival?
Yes, I have.
In Nevis?
Yes, I have.
So you love mangoes. Girl,
Which
you
is
are a
good.
big one. And so publishing is what you do. And are you writing something right now, something different?
Yes, I actually
What
am.
are you working on?
It's a sequel to The Haunting of Brimstone Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Because that one's a to be continued, so I've been working on that.
Gosh, girl, what do you plan to be when you grow up a whole lot older?
Well, I want to be a chef.
But you're not going to stop writing, right?
I'm not going to stop writing.
Ever, ever.
Ever.
You are such an inspiration, Corinne. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
Hold your books, girl, before I go home with them. I'm going to go over to the bookstore and I'll buy them a little later on. I promise you, okay? Well done. She's holding close to her heart. Her little babies, indeed. Next to you is a man who is stunning the world with his performances in calypso and soca. Tariq Drew is the name.
Yes.
And so your stage name is Tariq.
No, my stage name is Druzy.
Is Druzy?
Yes.
So talk to me a little bit about your work and what got you involved in the performing arts.
Well, good morning, everyone, from the beautiful Twin Island Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I am Tariq Drew, also known as Druzy, and I have been singing for as long as I could remember. I participated in Kittitian Superstar, and one of my goals after winning was to contribute to our culture in the art form of calypso, and years after I did. I plan to continue to uphold the legacy of calypso within me through my voice and helping the junior calypsonians sometime.
Right.
So that is what I intend to do.
You were part of a competition in Antigua, I think it was.
Yes,
recently?
I am. Yes, I am the second runner-up, and this is actually my first time ever singing calypso. So
Really?
I only started December. So to have placed in a regional competition is a great accomplishment, and I plan to win soon.
You're very determined to win
Yes.
soon. What kind of your music? Is there a famous song, a particular song that you think that we should all know by now?
Calypso? Well, the most popular calypso that I sang is New Deal, but my favorite one would be Piece to Pieces. I will leave it with you so you can play it,
Yes.
and so that I can get more leverage here in
for sure,
Barbados.
for sure. So where do we find you online?
You can find me on Instagram at tdruzy.869 or on Facebook Tariq Drew.
Tariq Drew on Facebook.
TARIQ-DREW.
Right. Or tdruzy.869, which is the area code.
That's one of the best area codes, if not the best.
Oh, you haven't yet heard of 246. That's all right. I forgive you. Take your time. You get to know it. And so find them online. Get involved in this music because St. Kitts is really creating great music. There's a different sound to the music of St.
Yes.
Kitts from the music we create in the Southern Caribbean.
Right.
And I want people to begin to appreciate it because I think it is fantastic.
And I just want to say that my music, my calypso, were all created in St. Kitts, produced, written, everything in St. Kitts.
Nice.
And again, to have competed against others in the region and stand up, it's a beautiful thing. So shout out to my writers, Delos Wilkinson and Anelto Wilkin, for producing such
Did
a...
you perform at St. Kitts night?
I did. Well, our night is Saturday, and I will be performing.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Tomorrow night?
Yes.
Here?
Yes.
I'm not stunned. I'm just saying it's tomorrow night here. I want people to get it. And what time are you on stage?
We are performing for,
At 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock?
The 8 o'clock
Or 7.
show. Brilliant.
I'm not too sure.
Well done. So St. Kitts Best will be on stage tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
Good to meet you, young man. And so some of the best of St. Kitts...
Sorry, it's actually 7 o'clock.
Oh, it's just 7 o'clock
Yes.
show. So we want to get here early o'clock. Okay,
Yes.
fine. St. Kitts has also been involved in fashion. They have brought some creativity to the Carifesta village through the stylings of this young man. Javon, you're Mr. King Bacchanalist. Are you Mr. King Bacchanalist on socials? Yeah, because I mean, you like to dance, but you also like to create. So talk to me about the work that you showed at Carifesta.
Okay, so the work that I show at Carifesta was actually born through COVID. So during the COVID time, I stayed home and tried to do something fresh, tried to come up with fresh ideas. And so that's how I was able to produce such a hot piece for the fashion shows.
I mean, we saw people respond very positively to your work. So describe the work that you had on the show.
So I would say my work would come more from in the carnival field, because in the carnival field you have a lot of wire bending and stuff like that. So what I did is create a swimsuit line using including wire pieces as well. So you have fabric and wire that is put together to create beautiful swimsuits.
And I'm glad you stated it like that, because oftentimes we see swimsuits as just swimsuits, but you see swimsuits as costume,
Correct.
as such costumes that you don't even want to jump into the water necessarily, but they create a statement and they create a style. And so where can we find your work?
You can find my work on Instagram at Zerd Official, or on my personal page, which is Kingzen Carnivalist.
Okay, spell that one for me.
So it's Kingzen, Carnivalist.
Okay.
And then for Zerd Official, it's ZURD Official.
Got you covered indeed. And so, Mr. Nigel Lewis, you are a cinematographer from St. Kitts or from Nevis?
From St. Kitts.
From St. Kitts. What kind of work do you film and produce?
Well, first off, I'm an award-winning filmmaker. Yeah, so I have a motion film. I also just completed a documentary as well, and also the commercials and music videos.
All right. How long have you been doing this now?
I've been doing this for about 15 years.
Yeah, the boys are now aging you.
Yeah.
That's what okay. So if he's doing it 15 years, he must be this old, indeed. And so for 15 years, this is what you've been doing, telling the story through film and commercials and other bits about St. Kitts and Nevis. Are you happy with your work?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Once I get my work out there and the world is able to see it, I'm happy.
And so coming to Carifesta, to bring your work to Carifesta, what was the response like when you showed?
Well, to be honest, I didn't bring any work to Carifesta. I'm actually in charge of editing the updates for St. Kitts and Nevis. So all the updates you've been seeing on our contingent, I'm the one who's shooting alongside Kishim Buchanan. Yeah, and I edit it as well. So,
all right. You're a busy man. You're a busy man. Listen, I am so proud and pleased for each of you. Honestly, your folks will tell you my passion for St. Kitts and Nevis. And so I really want to commend each of you, from Corinne to Drew to Zen to you, all of you, for showing up and showing out so beautifully at Carifesta to state to the world that St. Kitts and Nevis has a lot to offer. You're small, but boy, are you, as you always say, talawa. Yes. And so, well done, thou good and faithful service to each of you. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming with us on Morning Barbados. You're welcome.
Thank you.
We're coming back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Let me introduce you to Cynthia Malone. Cynthia Malone is literally a triple threat. She is a scientist, she's an artist, she's a poet, she's a creative indeed, and she's with me this morning on Morning Barbados. Cynthia, good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How do you do? It's okay. You describe yourself as Afro-Guyanese. So you're from Guyana?
I grew up in New York in the diaspora, in Bushwick, Brooklyn, and then also we have a part of Queens called Richmond Hill, Little Guyana, Queens. So Afro-Guyana diaspora.
So therefore you have some links to Guyana through your parentage?
My dad's from Guyana.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you're driven about the environment and everything else. So talk to me about this passion for the environment. Is it simply because of your father's readings and talkings and messages to you?
I think it was more, I always had this inclination from being a very young child of being very interested in wildlife, especially primates. I dreamed of studying monkeys and apes in the jungle and was very determined to do that and progressed through the field and eventually made it to Indonesia to study orangutans and then other parts of the world. But it's only in the past 7 years that I started to research wildlife in the Caribbean in particular.
What have you found?
Many things, many things. I mean, one of the things that really I love so much about the Caribbean and our relationship to wildlife is how we've carried through our traditions from the African continent into the ecosystems that we've shaped in the Caribbean.
So explain that for me. What is it that I can tangibly see and understand about this transfer of African traditions into what we do?
Sure. I mean, there's so many ways in terms of herbalism, for example, certain herbs that we might use, that our grandparents might use when we're not feeling well, particular dances, poetry. There's so many different ways that our ecological relationships with, through and from the African tradition show up.
Is it a lonely job? Just going in there and say, I'm alone, don't disturb me, I'm looking for?
Well, it depends on who you count as being with you, I think. I study more recently howler monkeys in Guyana, and they are the loudest terrestrial land animal to exist. And they make this booming sound throughout the forests, the rainforests in Guyana. Yes, they're also in Trinidad as well.
Right.
But I've studied them in Guyana, and it's this. I have a piece that was just exhibited at the National Art Gallery in Guyana, Castellani House, called Resounding Ancestor, where I speak about that call as this overwhelming, beautiful sense of intimate relationship with the forest and with these animals. So you never feel alone in the bush.
So she says. You never feel alone in the bush.
Yes.
And but you're also an artist. And when we say an artist, that's such a broad term. What is it you do specifically as an artist?
Sure. So here at Carifesta 15, I presented this 7-year-in-the-making project I've been building called Call and Response.
Call and
Black
Response.
Archives Across Borders of Being. And so it traces my journey as an ecologist, archiving my ancestry in Guyana as well as Barbados. My great grandmother was from here. I recently learned in the past 5 years.
Nice.
So it's a combination of going into communities, thinking about our relationships with wildlife, as well as studying wildlife, and then writing poetry about it. So the piece that I exhibited at Castellani House in Guyana fused the bioacoustics of the howler monkey with my poetry, with photography, and really getting us to think beyond some of the oftentimes colonial constructions of science that don't really match how a lot of us as Caribbean peoples, as African peoples relate to the environment. Art and science are inherently connected.
So where can we see your work?
Sure. You can check out my Instagram at Revolutionary Ecology, where I've been sharing more of what I presented here at Carifesta. That's probably the best place for you to
One of
find
the
my
things that we've met with in the Caribbean, given our vulnerabilities to climate change, is climate change. And so have you been also looking at that and how the Caribbean is responding to the threat caused by the changes in climate?
Yes, actually, just last year, I was in Grenada for 6 months, and 3 of those months I spent in Carriacou. And I was there when Hurricane Beryl passed on July 1st, and in Carriacou we were in the eye of the storm, this Category 5 storm that was the earliest recorded Category 5 storm in Atlantic history. And as someone that studies climate change as well, it was just, there's nothing like that feeling of being in a hurricane and being in, it can be terrifying to experience nature as potentially a form of violence. I think there's a lot of ways that Caribbean peoples have this strong adaptation to the environment, and I think tapping into our inherent ecological knowledge, including from our ancestry on the African continent, to really think about innovative ways to address climate change through our epistemologies, our ways of knowing.
That's brilliant. And so, but a lot of what you also do, I'm told, is you confront racism and see it for what it is. What do you see? And what do you see as racism?
Sure. So as a scientist, I think a lot about, science as this natural pursuit of curiosity that all of us have as human beings on this earth, and particularly African peoples and the descendants of Africans in the Caribbean. I think so many of us are already scientists. But there are ways in which the natural sciences in particular has played a strong role in the formation of racism through the creation of race, and codified that within the sciences. There were eugenics conferences at prominent natural history museums, at universities. So really addressing that, also using that in a call for reparations as well, because they are deserved, but also thinking with our imagination. What are Black and Indigenous ways of knowing in sciences? How can we lift that up? And we need to in thinking about how we are going to survive planetary change into the future.
Your works that you've published, are they here at Carifesta?
Not necessarily. I have a piece that was published in Vice magazine 2018 called The Future of Science is Black, and that was kind of a preview, I think, into the moment we're in now. But through the presentation at Carifesta, I shared some of the works from an upcoming book that I'm in progress on, and it's poetry, but fusing poetry and science together to really think about what is a more liberatory way to reconstitute our relations, because that's ultimately what we need to do to survive planetary collapse and crises.
It sounds like doom and gloom, but it's not really doom and gloom. It's understanding. It's understanding.
Yes.
And in understanding, we begin to appreciate how we can navigate and see the light and not the darkness, indeed.
Yes.
And so that's what you do.
Yes, and arts and culture and all of the amazing displays that we've seen at Carifesta are so critical to that, and thinking through the creativity we're going to need in order to
navigate,
build the future, because we create the
future.
world. That's what we do as human beings.
Indeed so.
We're seeing that on display.
All right. And so first time at Carifesta?
Yes.
Loving it?
Loving it, and knowing that the first one was in Guyana in 1972, and being here in Barbados and also having roots here, it's truly a real honor and privilege to be here.
It's a bit of a coming home, indeed.
It really
and
is.
to meet your family. Have you done so?
So the last time I was here 3 years ago, it's very distant. I only recently found out that I had roots in Barbados through my great-grandmother. And so I know it's Fredericks, Cadogan, there's some names. So I went to the archive the last time I was here, and look forward to looking more into it.
Okay, well, I hope you find everything you're looking for.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for
Really
joining me as
appreciate
well.
you.
Cynthia Malone for joining us right here on Morning Barbados. We're coming back in a moment.
Thank you.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
My name is Ohinenana Yasewa Ekufu. I come from Ghana, and I am representing Cuddling Fashions from Ghana. Cuddling Fashions is a notable fashion designing company which deals mainly in women clothing. So we have 3 pieces, which is called kimono set. It has the pants, it has the inner and the outer. And then we have some beautiful single dresses. It's also called African lace dress. We have lots of them, and very affordable, very, very, very affordable. So I'm inviting all of you out there to come and patronize Cuddling Fashions here at the Carifesta Grand Market Grounds. Thank you all, and see you soon.
19 to the hour from the Carifesta village, we come to you live. Kwame Dawes is with me now. He is actually the Poet Laureate of Jamaica until 2027. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome to Barbados, welcome to Carifesta.
Thank you.
And you brought with you as well Mr. Jacob Ross. Jacob, good morning to you as well. You were born in Grenada to Barbadian Grenadian parents.
Yes.
You just have to have that little bit of Barbadian in you, right? But yeah, and so I'm welcoming you as well. So talk to me a little bit about why you're here, Kwame.
I was invited by Carifesta to give readings, to talk about writing and literature and so on and so forth. And I have a long history with Carifesta. My father was actually one of the first directors of Carifesta in Jamaica.
Bring your mic a little closer to your mouth.
Yeah, was one of the first directors of Carifesta in Jamaica in the 70s. And so I've grown up around Carifesta. And so we're here. I'm here to do some readings and to talk about literature and so on.
And to engage with other poet laureates as well.
Well, we did have a conversation with Esther Phillips, which was fantastic. And that was, and we've worked together in the past and so on. In fact, I've been involved in publishing her work. So it's been good. And one of the big projects for the Poet Laureate in Jamaica is to encourage Poet Laureates throughout the Caribbean and Africa. So there's some of that work that I'm involved in.
So you encourage each other, but you also want to encourage other creatives to poetry, to writing, to sharing their thoughts.
I think at the heart of it is to demonstrate to the nation its already existing engagement with poetry and what we call the poetic voice. It's impossible to think of the Caribbean without thinking that there's an instinct and an understanding of poetry. And we see this in straight poetry, in books and things like that, but we also see it in the performances, in the lyrics of some of our great artists and so on. And as far as I'm concerned, all of that falls within the realm of poetry and poetic expression.
You know, Jacob agrees with you because Jacob is also delving into a whole lot of writing as well. So Jacob, highly recommended because you've come with a whole host, so a line of different awards and recognitions. Talk to me about your journey at Carifesta 15 and what have you been able to share?
Yes, well, I came here to the Carifesta event in I think it was 1981, if my memory serves me right. You know, and I'm quite familiar with the objectives and in many ways the achievements. You know, the kind of transnational at the level of the Caribbean islands and so on and so forth. I work with People Tree Press as associate editor. Professor Dawes also is the poetry editor. I do fiction. I look at fiction and so on and so forth. And one of the things that interests me is what is happening currently in the Caribbean with Caribbean writers based in the Caribbean.
So what is happening now with Caribbean writers and writing in the Caribbean?
Right. Well, Caribbean, it's interesting. We have, I would say that the dominant literary voices coming from the Caribbean, from Trinidad, Jamaica, the other islands, not so much, and that's really one of my interests and one of my concerns. And it's important that these voices are located within the Caribbean on the various islands because there is a quality you get from the writing, the immediacy of the text, the fact that they are writing not from nostalgia if they're based abroad, but the lived experience of these writers. In other words, the Caribbean as it is evolving. And that is of great interest to me. One of the reasons why I'm here also is to, in a way, get a sense of who is there, what is possible, and, you know, in a way to start, creating a framework in my head for whatever kind of intervention, help, support that, I can
It's
give.
interesting you didn't say Barbados just now, because I think from where I sit, I see a lot of work really is flowing from the penmanship of Barbadians.
Yes, that's very true. I met many writers here, and it was I was very, very pleasantly surprised. But I'm talking here about taking writing beyond the boundaries. We have people like, for example, Karen Lord. We have Esther Phillips. We have writers who have a voice. But my question is that enough? Because I look around and there are many, many aspiring writers who are quite capable but who I think would benefit from honing their craft.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want just 2 writers from Barbados or 3. You want literally, a panoply of writers, who are the voice of Barbados, and that for me is extremely important, and it's possible. All of the elements that go to the kind of create a framework for good writers and good writing. We have it in Barbados.
You're quite right.
You have the education. You have the people are they are readers. You have the availability of resources and so on and so forth. Therefore,
let's just produce.
More can be done. Yes,
of course. And so, because they're telling me I'm out of time, I really want to thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for coming to Carifesta. Thank you for sharing from your experience and your knowledge about literary works. And I'm hoping, I know that Barbadian writers who are watching are going to take your cue and do exactly what you required of us to be able to do, to tell our stories authentically. Thank you so much indeed for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for thanking me.
We're back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Did Carifesta leave an imprint on those who took part? The answer is yes. The National Cultural Foundation, NCF, had its genesis in the 1981 Carifesta. The NCF was established by an Act of Parliament in 1983 with a mandate to oversee the cultural landscape of Barbados. The statutory body was located at Culloden Farm in the first 2 years of operation until its relocation to West Terrace, St. James in 1986. There it is housed in the 2 buildings specifically constructed for Carifesta 1981.
Mutual heritage, regional unity. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Joined now by Apior Ashong Abe, who is a Ghanaian American poet and author. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Your
It's a
hair
pleasure
is
to be
shocking.
here.
But that's a
Yes.
good thing.
Even back at home, you can spot me in a crowd.
There you go. And that's the whole point. One wants to stand out.
Absolutely.
One should stand out, after all. One's truth should stand out. And so you've written a book called The Gospel of Adulting.
The Gospel According to Adulting.
According to
Yes,
Adulting.
that's right.
And so, what's that about?
So it's my 3rd poetry collection. I am a media practitioner back home in Ghana. So it's great to be here on Barbadian media, Bayesian media. But I'm also a poet and an author. And my 3rd collection, The Gospel According to Adulting, stemmed from the fact that I realized that across the diaspora, we're not having conversations about what adulthood is like for us.
Yeah.
And so I sat down with over 200 people. We did most of this virtually because I don't have all the money to travel all around, but 200 people across generations, across the diaspora. So the baby boomers, the Gen X's, the millennials, I'm a millennial, and the Gen Z's, and asked them, what is adulthood like for you? And that birthed a whole conversation about how we grieve, how we love or don't love, or the loves that don't work out, how we work, how getting up in the morning, crack of dawn for you is like to come to work and having to show up every day. Our finances, what that's like across generations, how we parent, how we mother, and then the conversations, as you can imagine, they go on and on.
Yes. In other words, how we manage life.
Absolutely.
That's it. And so there is no cookie cutter that says it must be this way or not.
Precisely.
And so this book, according to the Adulting, shows us all of the different ways that we all interact with growing up and taking on responsibility and charting our path through that challenge that we face with.
Precisely.
And so you're telling the story, basically, in your poetry, in the book, about many experiences.
That's
as well.
right. So the way I write is very, even though it's poetry, it's very prosaic.
Yes.
And I've taken it into the structure of the Bible, scripture. So you've got verses in there, and each one is a book. So there are about 73 of them. So you can also read, if you're not the biggest reader, it's easy to digest as well.
Yeah, okay. I mean, and the Bible has 6 books, but you have 73 chapters in there. That's all right. You've beaten the Bible on that one. But is there any, from your research and your study and your talking and conversation with others, is there any common theme that kept popping up as it relates to the gospel according to adulting?
Definitely. The fact that we think those before us have it all figured out, but they don't. And so there's no playbook, like you said, there's no cookie cutter, to borrow your analogy, your metaphor. And that's what everybody's experiencing. And that's the conversation I want to start, that your experience is valid. It's not any less of an experience. It doesn't mean you haven't reached, even though you may feel like you need to be in a certain place, you haven't reached where you're supposed to be. Purpose is different, and sometimes the way we envision purpose is not the way it is, and I think that's the bottom line. But that your own story, your own adulthood story, is probably the gospel that you will write, the only one you may write in your life, and you need to own it, live it authentically, boldly, and not be ashamed of it.
In other words, find your truth.
Precisely so.
Find your truth. And when you find your truth, I think you're comfortable in your space, because there's a degree of honesty and integrity that flow therefrom. And so for those who read it, that's what they see. They see images of themselves, but I think you'll find a happy space.
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
We need to be intentional about experiencing joy. There's so much happening in the world. We're here. It's my first time in Barbados.
Welcome.
But I keep saying that I feel at home. I see a brother, a father, a sister in everybody's face.
Yes.
And, to be able to do that is a very special experience for me. But when I read the book myself, I begin to see that being able to experience that is also a privilege, and I think that everybody has their own privileges, but because we're so torn up by, focused on what the experience should be, we lose out on those things.
You're right. We begin to, because we're defining ourselves based on how other people want us to see ourselves. But when you find your authentic self, there is nothing that can deter you or nothing that can destroy your resolve. And that's the whole magic of, I think, in the book, The Gospel According to Adulting.
Precisely.
And so you're working in Ghana with our ambassador to Ghana.
Yes.
What's that experience like?
Yes, Her Excellency Juliet Bynum Sutherland.
Yes.
Now, when she came in, she came with the ancestry of the Honorable, I like to call him the Venerable Kamal Brathwaite.
Yes.
Now, he was in Ghana somewhere in the 70s as well, and he got to work with many of my mentors in literature back home, Professor Kofi Anijoho, Professor Awuno, Professor Amatai Edu, a blessed memory. So she came looking for poets. And she found me, found a few others. Now, because I do cultural consultancy as well back home, I started working with the High Commission on cultural engagement. So whom to speak to, what we can do together to make the connection meaningful beyond the bilateral level. And it's been amazing. One key project that we've been working on is the Sankofa series. Sankofa is the name of an Adinkra symbol from Ghana, amongst the Akans. And it's a bird looking backwards. And what it means is that you need to look into your past, to live in the present, to move forward for prosperity in the future. And so we've been spotlighting, and it will come out soon, podcast style, stories of Ghanaians and Barbadians and looking at the connections of the wonderful things that they're doing. And then the other thing was Carifesta. Since she got to Ghana last year, she couldn't stop talking about Carifesta in Barbados and kept saying, we need to get Ghanaians to come here. So we have about 75 Ghanaians present. 65 of them alone are with the Mansa Musa troupe.
Yes.
Chief Mumen and his team. We've got culinary artists here, we've got fashion, I'm here, we've got music, we've got someone represented on the big conversation stage. So we're here in our numbers, even though we would have liked to be more. And we're doing a lot of work too with the Creative Arts Agency in Ghana and the Ghana Tourism Development Company. And I bring you greetings from them under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, and the Honorable Minister, Ablanjifa Gomashi. And they say, come home.
Yes.
Come home, Caribbean. Come home, Barbados. Come and work. Come and do your art. Come and do broadcasting, if you like. Just come. And it doesn't mean you need to move, but let's work together.
Let's work together indeed, and it will be all right. That's the whole point indeed. And so to you, Appiora, we're out of time, but I thank you so much for sharing with us from your experience and the work you do in Ghana to be able to bring sensitivity to us, and not just to us Barbadians, but to Ghanaians who are here as well, about how we can really work together closer.
Absolutely.
And also the gospel according to adulting.
Thank
you know, we all need a little bit of that from time to time.
We
We have to confront our own mirrors and see our truths.
We do.
so that
And
we
I look
better
forward to
understand.
seeing you in Ghana.
if it be the will of the
Yes,
Lord.
we have a group called the Afro Thrill Seekers. They'll give you the time of your life, take you all over the slave castles, wherever you need
That's
to
a
go.
promise. That's a promise. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having
You're
me.
welcome. We're coming back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Carifesta. Carifesta. Barbados. Carifesta.
Hi, I'm Richardo Barrett. I'm from the Bahamas, and this is our visual arts booth. So at this booth, you could see all Bahamian art. We also have local products. We also have catalogs from Bahamian artists, master artists, and we hope you come down to the Carifesta Grand Market.
What countries took part in Carifesta through the years? They are Guyana, Jamaica, Cuba, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Kitts Nevis, Suriname, the Bahamas, and Haiti.
Mutual heritage, regional unity.
Hello, my name is Sufdeo Sanchara, and I'm representing Amerindian Handicraft here at Carifesta, and I'm from Guyana. We have a lot of stuff on display, as you can see here, handicraft items. They're all handcrafted by our native Amerindians. All the different tribes would have put together their effort, and you have seen products from all of them, the hand pieces you're seeing here. And we have all our products are made from our natural resources back home. Our straws and vines which are used here, they're all naturally grown. They're grown right in our backyards right in Guyana. Yeah, we have stuff ranging from TV series straw to spire to nibi, bamboo, mokru, pufa, vines, everything, just name it. I'm excited to be here at Carifesta here in Barbados, and I want to share this moment and these few days with the people of Barbados and all our visitors from other parts of the world. It's always a pleasure of mine to present the Amerindians to the world, and this is one such forum I get to do that. And I didn't get to come at the Carifesta, the last Carifesta. I wasn't able to secure a space, so this is the first time I'm doing Carifesta here. So it's interesting to see where all of this is going, but I'm having so much fun so far. I had some interesting conversations with persons visiting the booth as of yesterday up until today, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen until the end.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Catherine Kennedy is curating visual arts at the Barbados Museum, right? Catherine, good morning to you.
Hi, good morning.
Talk to me a little bit about, as curator, what are you required to do?
Sure. Well, the exhibition at the Barbados Museum is called Crystal Lattices, Reflections and Refractions over 15 editions of Carifesta. So it's a collaboration with the board of the Barbados National Art Gallery, and all of the pieces on show are from the Barbados National Collection. And what's special as well about this show is happening during Carifesta. It's not only Barbadian artists, but the show does also feature works by Guyanese, Haitian, Jamaican, and Trinidadian artists as well.
So that must be stunning. Is it all over the museum or in a specific
so it's
room?
Two main galleries in the museum, the All Gallery and the Exhibition Gallery.
So we really want people to come down to the museum and see the great work.
We do. I mean, it's a very rich collection that we have. We don't often get the chance to view it. We've been agitating for a long time in Barbados for a National Art Gallery, but we do have a very active and committed board at the moment. So when we have opportunities like this to have these side exhibitions that really showcase the depth of the collection, it's a privilege to be able to curate that show.
So when we talk about refractions and light and refraction, we're talking about how the light hits the surface, and then it's refracted, and the beauty that flow therefrom.
So the title of the show, Crystal Lattices,
Right.
actually came from, in certain traditions you have like the crystal anniversary,
Yes.
the gold
Oh.
anniversary, and so because this is the 15th edition of Carifesta,
got you.
it's the the crystal edition.
Yes.
And then it's also thinking about the way that the bonds between different islands, like the bonds between a crystal and its formations. That was kind of the metaphor that framed the exhibition.
Right. You really have to come to the Barbados Museum and see it, and you're open from what time to what
Open
time?
Monday till Saturday, 9 till 5.
So today until 5 o'clock, and again tomorrow
And-
from 9 till 5.
And it is on past Carifesta, so it does run
Oh,
until
really?
October 25th.
Oh,
so
sweet.
Barbadians will have the chance to
continue to see it. If you missed it this time around, as Carifesta wraps up, you can continue right through till October to
October
see
25th, yes.
to see the work that's on show there at the Barbados Museum, and it's curated by Catherine. And so you cannot miss this opportunity to come and see great works from a number of territories across the region. Again, remind us of who's showing.
So mostly Barbadians, but we do have artists from Haiti, Guyana, Trinidad, and Jamaica as well represented.
All right, so don't miss it, folks. Thank you so much, Catherine,
Thank
for
you.
joining me. Catherine Kennedy, curator of the visual arts component at the Barbados Museum. Remember, it is on show all like now, 9 to 5 until October the 25th, and you really should visit to see for yourself the great work that's being done there as well. Crystals and...
Crystal lattices.
Crystal lattices.
Reflections and refractions.
Thank you, that word. All of that. Crystal lattices, indeed. It's outstanding, indeed. So don't forget, folks, it's at the Barbados Museum. We're taking a break right here. We're back in a moment.
First time I saw your face, you took me by surprise. You're such a woman of grace. The second time I knew my place, I had to turn and join in the race. Yes, I did now. Yes, I prayed that you would be free, so we could be together. Yes, together we'd be. When my emotions are getting hot, so when you saw me, girl, you knew that I'd stop. 'Cause I want you. Do you really wanna ride with me? I ain't gonna lie. You know what's on my mind. Do you really wanna ride with me? I wanna be your friend. I wanna be your man, girl. Do you really wanna ride with me?
What you just saw is a big song by a Barbadian living in Britain, born there, and he's related to a lot of notable Barbadians as well. Mr. Rick Clark is his name. Rick, good morning.
Good morning to you as well.
You are said to one who's given rebirth to street soul.
Yes.
Do you accept that?
Well, yes. In England, became a very popular...
Yeah, just bring the mic closer to your
Sorry.
mic.
In England, I became very popular in the music business. A lot of my songs became very successful. At the time when it was just, we only had pirate radio, we called it community radio now in England. So that's what made me very popular, and my music. Laid back, smooth, lovely words.
How long have you been doing this now?
Oh my God, 40 years. Over 40 years I've been
Quite
in the
a long
music
time.
business. I travel around the world with Soul to Soul,
Mhm.
Jazzy B Soul to Soul. And I toured Europe, Japan, globally.
So your talent has taken you places, indeed.
Amen.
Many, many places.
Amen. And I just recently done a little show with Arturo at the QP.
Right, Arturo Tappin.
Yes.
At QP, yeah, a really
That
good
was
place.
that was really nice.
And so the song we just shared with our viewers, Ride With Me, it came out in 2000, was it?
Well, yeah, but I'm just relaunching it. Arturo is going to be doing a guest appearance on the song. And so I'm just I just done that video I just recorded day before yesterday to relaunch it from the Caribbean to go out to the Caribbean back into England.
But you have a very healthy catalogue as well.
Yes. Oh, yes.
So talk to me a little bit about that career span and the volume of music you've put out.
Oh my gosh, I've recorded about 4 albums, and so many songs. I've worked with so many different artists. Even I worked with James Brown, with James Brown in Germany, Soul to Soul, and a lot of the songs, the main songs that are a hit for me was I'll See You Along the Way, and Time Keeps Moving On, Perfect Lady. It's a major catalogue.
It is indeed a major catalogue, and I ask that because I want people to know that you're not a fly-by-night. That's not your only song. There are so many others happening for you, indeed. His name is Rick Clark.
Yes.
C-L-A-R-K-E.
That's
He's
it.
a songwriter, producer, and singer as well. And talk to me.
And I do a lot of promotions. I organise a lot of festivals in St. Lucia Jazz. I did, quite a bit of promotions. I brought quite a few artists to Barbados as well to perform in Barbados from the UK.
Yeah, well done indeed. And
thank
so,
you.
what's next for you?
Well, I'm gonna start by getting Victoria to do a feature on one of my songs, so I can branch out and collaborate with other artists in Barbados, with myself, and bring some other artists in, so we can collaborate with the Bayesian artists and do some music and songs and release songs from the Caribbean, from Barbados. So this song, Ride With Me, I'm going to relaunch that song here in Barbados, and we just done that video in Barbados to promote beautiful Barbados.
Indeed. Finding your place and your sound within a sea of young people who are putting out music as well, and then creating the videos that attract a broader audience.
Yes.
What's your strategy there to be able to do so?
Well, one thing in England, it's different to do videos in England because you don't have the Barbados beautiful sea, the ocean. So here, everything is here already. So Barbados has everything to do music videos, and there's so much gifted, talented producers, directors here. One of my songs that was very big in England was called Friends, and one of the guys who edited up that video, and I wish I had it to show you, and he's a master at editing, and he was so hungry for success, you know what I mean? And I was able to give him an opportunity to edit one of my songs. And Friends became a big hit in England. Nice. But yeah.
Well done indeed. Made great work. And so you're here for a little while now?
I live here now.
You live here now?
I live in Barbados, yeah. I look after my mother now. My mother hasn't been well. She's got dementia. So I'm looking after my mother.
Nice.
I'm doing shows here. I'm writing, producing. Yeah.
Okay. So he's back home. He's back home
yes,
to
amen.
stay because he's caring for his mother. That's such a beautiful emotion. The son caring for mother, I think that is magical. You have no idea how I feel about those kinds of relationships.
Yes.
And so I'm really commending you for taking on the honor of honoring your mother.
Thank you
in
very much.
her latter stage of
yeah.
life, because she would have cared for you.
Yes.
And so you sing from your soul, you express from your soul, and that is what you do.
Yeah.
And so when we're looking for his music, look for Rick Clark, Rick Clark online, and you've become a lot more familiar. He's available for bookings.
Please, yes.
I know your manager. And so give consideration
beautiful.
to have him come sing at your occasions as well. So Rick, welcome home.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad you're home, and I'm glad that you're part of Carifesta. You're part of the landscape once again in Barbados in entertainment, and I wish you so much better and well with your career.
And congratulations with yourself. I couldn't believe when I came here what they've done here. I mean, it's amazing.
It's phenomenal.
The Carifesta in Barbados is putting out all the
Again, we're punching above our weight.
It's beautiful here,
Well
so make
done.
sure you come down to Carifesta. It's beautiful. It's a lovely scenery. It's amazing.
Well said, Rick.
Thank you.
Thank you too. That's it for my part of it for Morning Barbados today. We want to wish you a lovely day. Have a great weekend. Come down to the village. Go to everywhere where there's something happening called Carifesta. Don't forget tomorrow, Belplain at St. Andrew. That's where literally the village goes to the village in Belplain. And we want you to be there from 11 o'clock in the morning till night. But come and enjoy, come and see what the people are doing across our region. And most of all, stay with us on CBC TV for continuing coverage of Carifesta 15. Bye-bye.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Barbados, get up. Good morning. Good morning, Barbados. Good morning. Good morning Carifesta.
Hey Carifesta family, we're here at the Climate Kitchen Showcase in the heart of Oyston's Bay Gardens. It's where culture meets cuisine and sustainability takes center stage. So today, we're diving into a dish that's as bold as it is beneficial. Meet the lionfish, an invasive predator threatening our coral reefs and marine biodiversity. But instead of letting it wreak havoc, we're flipping the script. We're turning this ecological villain into a gourmet hero.
But you know what? Let's get back to cooking. We know all of the fins are painful to the stick, correct? But it would not kill you. We got that part covered. And we know they just came down, they migrated. They weren't rushed, they weren't forced or anything like that.
Lionfish is not only safe to eat, but it's extremely delicious. With its delicate texture and sweet flavor, it rivals the finest snapper or grouper. And by choosing lionfish, we're doing more than tantalizing taste buds. We're protecting our oceans, supporting local fishers, and celebrating Caribbean culinary innovation. So, as our chefs prepare this ocean-to-table masterpiece, think of it as more than a meal. It's a movement, a flavorful act of resistance, a celebration of how Caribbean creativity transforms crisis into cuisine. Let's cook with conscience. Let's eat with purpose.
I was born in Ghana, grew up in the US, and when I moved back to Ghana, I realized a lot of the ingredients that I grew up eating were no longer around. So it became something that I was obsessed with. How do we get them back on the menu? How do we find ingredients that maybe are not being grown anymore to excite people to grow them? How do we find things that are going out of style and bring them back to the table? So that's what I do. So it's exciting to be here for the Climate Kitchen because I think it's really important for chefs to be tastemakers, to move and people and to direct them in the direction that makes sense, but make sure it's delicious.
And correct, and learning together.
Yes.
Like myself with the lionfish. Because as I said, what I was told
it's gonna kill you.
Wasn't the full thing. I was told the top kills you.
Yes.
Nothing about the other thing.
Now you know it's just pain.
So, well, we don't want that pain anyway. But as you mentioned and what you do, I think there's some farmers here that are going that direction as well.
Yes, guys, so we're here at the Climate Kitchen Showcase, and we have somebody here from Ghana, who traveled all the way from Ghana. I can't wait to travel to Ghana, by the way. But what does it mean to be here in Barbados, the Carifesta, and even more at this Climate Kitchen Showcase?
It's been amazing. For me, it's I have not really spent much time in this region, and seeing the Ghanaian or West African ingredients and how they're being used here and how they've been innovated on has been amazing. So yesterday we had a whole conversation around from fufu to kuku, and so just seeing how Bajans have taken this this dish and transformed it using what is local, what makes sense here, and having that as a national dish and not something that is something that is prideful has been beautiful.
Yes, and even just now listening to you talk about some of your innovative efforts back home, you have your own garden, and you piqued my interest there when you said sweet potato leaves, because that's something that we discard. And just like the lionfish, because we know it's harmful to our reefs, etc., we'd have just discarded it and thrown it away, but now we're eating it.
Yeah, and I think that when we start thinking about feeding the world, and as the population is growing, what are the things that we currently maybe don't see the need to use, but is delicious or nutritious, tasty, and I think that's where we learn from each other. So for example, sweet potato leaves is not something that's traditionally eaten in Ghana, but I was living in Liberia, and that's where they eat it a lot. They call it potato greens. And so I learned how to eat it in Liberia, and I brought it back to Ghana, and that's that's how we keep passing information on.
And I mean, when I talk about different ways of innovation in eating, because you mentioned wanting to sustain ourselves until like even 2050. So you're thinking years beyond. So we got passion fruit leaves, these sweet potato leaves. What are some other examples we should consider?
Well, I think one of the things that I'm excited about is seeing some of the indigenous ingredients from West Africa making their way into the Caribbean. And I know we've been talking about like things like sorghum and millet. These are ingredients that are climate smart. So as we're going into the space where water is less and less available, we don't want to use a lot of inputs like synthetic fertilizers. These are ingredients that we should be talking about and how to bring them into the menu. Like what would a cuckoo look like with millet, for example?
Oh my gosh. So I'm a foodie, so my mind is going all over the place with all the things that you're talking about. I really do hope that you get an opportunity to even dive in further or maybe come back.
I would love to.
Maybe come back. I'll put that in the universe for you, but thank you so much for being here.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Enjoy. Cool. Food is life.
Food comes first.
Food comes first. Got it. Here we go. Okay. Okay. So it's not like a fish broth, if you know what I mean. The texture and the fillet of the fish is still together. The bananas are cooked perfectly. Not too soft, not too hard. Right in the middle with the carrots. I could definitely taste the flavor in. You got curry up in there?
It's a Thai curry sauce, yeah.
It's a Thai curry sauce. That is it.
It's Carifesta, and I know we have all the other islands here, but I just trying to showcase Barbados and keep it tradition, you know? So I got show off. I have some cuckoo here, and I pan-fried the lionfish. It's nice and super soft. And then I did a nice Creole sauce with the tomatoes, all the fresh herbs, marjoram, thyme. You know, we can't get away because we love the freshness. I just grilled some okras to tie back in the tradition, and then just plated it up deliciously with all the tomatoes and from the Creole sauce. So
You're saying things that I love bad. I hear okra, there's the sauce with the tomatoes. I am sure your grandmother is smiling so proudly right now.
I hope so.
Your future is bright. Whatever your name is, in the middle in quotations put Miss Barbados. You're representing your country so well. So this is the cocoa granny teach you?
Yes, please.
Well, I'm gonna take a taste.
So,
do we do that now? All right, fine.
Actually,
Okay.
we're going to let two ladies go ahead.
Okay.
And taste. Because you're going to taste your own dish.
Okay.
Maybe, so you want me to go first? Or I know exactly where it's stabbing. Okay.
First.
All right, I gain long. I can come right here on the end. I ain't carry too much of the cocoa, but I can get some sauce. You have just enough sauce. So you know you gotta go swimming. If the gravy is swimming, you ain't bathing at all. So let's go.
You gotta lick the plate.
Okras in here. We can do it together. Nice little cheers. But you ain't getting a fish?
I gotta save it so y'all can enjoy it.
No, you got a piece. Like I said, it's flaky in texture, so it's easy to separate. So cheers. Happy Carifesta.
Happy Carifesta.
Created by Miss Barbados herself.
Ramaya Linton and Cuckoo is amazing. Happy to represent Barbados here. Hopefully I can represent next year in Shanghai.
You have definitely nailed it with the texture of the cocoa. I taste the tomatoes and the flavor and the sauce. Okra's going on in there. But let me get out the way for the expert. Let me get out the way for the expert. Okay, you tell me your description.
In that case, if you want expert, chef, you go ahead first.
Oh, he's tasting. I love that. Go ahead, chef. Yeah. No, it's not.
So usually when chefs come together, you cook, you put all the dishes on the table, and everybody eat the different dishes.
Right.
And you just enjoy.
And you learn from each other, you collaborate.
Yeah. And any chef that ain't on top of his game at the day, you get roasted. You get a lot of talk.
But that isn't happening here.
Right. Huh?
This sauce is really good.
Sauce. Nice.
It's on point.
Girl, the sauce is really good. Oh. Thank you, chef. Great job.
Yeah, great job.
Thank you, chef.
I want to eat that whole plate to tell you the truth. So good. It truly is good.
Excellent. You know, in Barbados, everybody's want to say, make sure you cook and got no lumps or nothing. Here's what I want you to do, right? Put your hands like this here. Do it right now. Turn to the crowd. Flex and chef muscles.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes.
Proper. Sauce.
Perfect texture. Perfect texture. You get some more? That's the best compliment right there. Chef to chef, girl. Future look bright.
It's all about. Come on.
Look at yourself, Miss Linton.
So.
Yes.
Come over with the mic.
We move on to Haiti.
Yes.
Is it Labadee? Where in Haiti are you from?
I'm from Port-au-Prince.
Oh, from Port-au-Prince. Okay. So tell us about this dish that you have here prepared for us.
So today we try to do something a little bit different. We still have a Creole look, but we are trying to do something a little bit Asian. You know, where we get the kick, from the sweetness and the spicy. So based on that, we have a bed made with sweet potato mash, but we just added a kick of honey on it, you know, to get more sweet. And then we have Cajun fish grilled. Pretty simple. And we have a salad made with tomato. But what gives you the different kick, we have those fried garlic. So when you get a bite, you're gonna have a whole fusion of different type of taste. That's what is this with this plate? You have to eat it together to get the real balance. That's what we're trying to do. And like with every fish, you put the bit of juice of lime, and they're good.
Okay.
Pretty simple, pretty good too.
So I'm one of those customers or clients when I come to a restaurant, I have to taste the dish. I get that the lime is there, you may have salt and pepper on the table, but I want to taste your true seasoning in your sauce or whatever you have prepared. I see some garlic. Is that garlic that's prepared in fried garlic? So I'm gonna eat it just as. I need an extra lime, you know what I mean?
You don't need it.
I heard Cajun. Is it Cajun?
Yeah, Cajun and spicy and
right. So spicy, sweet and spicy is what we're going for here. You ready?
Yes,
you getting to eat too?
Yeah, ladies first again.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you going for this corner?
Yeah, I'm going for this one.
Try to get it with the garlic.
Uh-huh.
And there we will to enjoy it.
Because it's fried, so it gives a different texture.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Sweet and rich, yeah?
Yes.
You ready? Sweet potato mash. It kicking. Oh my gosh. I would have never think to fry the garlic like that before, but it's so good.
Thanks to Giovanni for this one.
Oh, Giovanni, come true. Giovanni, come and tell me about that fry. Giovanni! So special, Giovanni. Tell me some more.
So, you gotta taste the whole thing.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have the fish and some salsa with the garlic on it.
So like this?
Yeah. Then the fish and some
I'm putting it on. No?
yeah, some tomato and a little bit of that thing. Alright.
So that's it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, love it.
Make sure you get the garlic.
So the potato, the garlic, which gives a bit of a crunch.
Yes.
And the tomato on top. You got it.
You know what?
What?
The garlic is a deal breaker though.
Right?
The garlic like a real nice garnish.
That's
amazing. I'm not new to it, but his is a lot crispier. Cause they are like Guyanese would slice the garlic and roast it off in the curry and build it and come up. But keeping the crunch, I still in there.
Don't even.
I still in there.
You bar it. We bar it. But like I said, the garlic is a pleasant surprise. You have to try this.
All right.
But great job, chef.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks again.
Great job.
Yeah?
Here we go. You're better with the description. Because to me this tastes real good.
No, to me too.
So what we tasted? What flavors?
The flavor, the crispiness of the breading, the smoothness of the whatever it is that's mash. Is that potato?
Breadfruit.
Breadfruit. And I don't even like breadfruit like
You don't like breadfruit? I'm so glad I didn't tell you before.
No, that is really good. That is really good. I'm very impressed.
I tasting everything, and what I can tell you is that the lionfish tastes real good, yeah. I love breadfruit, smash, cool, grill, burn. I eat breadfruit anyhow.
I'm trying to show off.
I want to know what you think about it. Yes, I want to know what you think. Take a boy. Yeah, man, I can't don't hear me see what's going on. Yes, I love she eating the herbs and everything one time. Sauce sweet, right? Lionfish, no. Alright.
All the cameras on her? All on you.
What?
And you look like you's a cook too. You's a cookess.
I'm not a cook, but I have traveled a lot.
Okay.
So I know food.
So tell me about this one here now from Anguilla.
Excellent.
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 What you love most? Tell me about the texture of the lionfish. That's the starter fish. Starter dish.
I can taste all the different flavors. It's layered nicely.
Right.
So the back of the throat.
To the back of the throat.
I can taste like certain heat, certain things on the top of the tongue. You know.
So it's balanced well, chef. Balanced well. She can taste all the flavors at the back of her throat, verbatim. This is what she said. It's hitting the back of her throat in the correct way. The pepper, the spice.
The layers on the top of the tongue, and then the layers at the back of the throat, and how everything opens up and so forth. Yeah. Good.
All right then. So chef's kiss. Mwah.
Yes.
Delicious.
Excellent.
Share it with your friends. No, don't eat all. You gotta give them a little taste too. Kadir. All right, guys, we're here at the Climate Kitchen Showcase in Oyston's Bay Gardens, all part of Carifesta 15 and the innovation of the lionfish. You know, before we thought that we had a choice. Wait, no, we cooking it. And we have Kelson here, also known as Chef Sweets from Anguilla, and he made a delicious dish. OMG, I need the ingredients, I need the recipe. You need to ship it to Barbados because I would eat that every day. Tell me more about this dish.
No, you see, the lionfish, it doesn't need much, but if you give it love, it's even spectacular, more spectacular. And I love the density of the fish, but it's not too dense that it won't soak it up. And so that's why the Thai yellow curry sauce rather was critical, right? And I knew the fish itself would just absorb all that flavor. And when you took the vegetables into consideration with the Cajun season that.
And green banana.
Green banana, right? Green banana, sweet peppers, carrots, some lovely local potatoes, Irish potatoes. The kick that provided, along with the smoothness of the curry, the coconut, the ginger, the lemongrass, the cilantro, which is some people call coriander. Like someone mentioned, the layers of flavor.
Yeah.
It's a simple one-pot sort of a dish, but it was layers of flavor in your mouth, so I appreciate it.
Oh my goodness, it was so good, guys. You definitely have to check him out. You're going to be at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market?
For sure.
Okay, well, we coming by there. You may have to add this to the menu. I hope that they give you some more fillets of lionfish because I am telling you, even if it's just one day before you leave, you have to feature this dish. You guys are going to enjoy it. It's delicious. So thank you so much for being here. Nice meeting you. And all the best in the future. You're such a strategic chef. I love it.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
Yeah. So thank you so much. So here at the Carifesta Climate Kitchen Showcase, one thing I love, I've seen them walking around volunteering at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market from the Hospitality Institute. And today they're here at the Climate Kitchen supporting the amazing chefs here. Raphael, which dish did you work on today?
I worked on the curry.
You same Thai curry with Kelston? Oh my goodness. So you were the saucier, you were on the vegetables, you were on the fish. What were your duties today?
I did the vegetables. I also did the plating and as well as the sauce, just keeping an eye on it.
Well, Chef Craig endorsed the plating because you stayed true to the colors. The sauce was the right amount. Of course, you make sure you put everything in there where you show the char on the sweet pepper. So tell me about your passion for cooking.
Actually, it's a little complex compared to most. Most people had it from the get-go.
Right.
I went in Pomeroy not knowing anything about cooking. I just didn't want to take a gap year.
Yeah.
But as I practice day in, day out, I really develop a passion for it because I like art, and that's why I see cooking to be.
Now I understand why the plating was so beautiful, because you got that art in there, and that's the beauty of being your age and just figuring out life. You don't need to know it right now. It's all gonna make sense for sure. So great job, and I look forward to all that you do in the future. Okay, representing Barbados well. You want to shout out anybody?
Shout out to Kendra, shout out to Kimar, Ari J, and Amari, Donisha, and Talissa.
Everybody, the whole crew. Enjoy your Carifesta. All right then. Okay, guys, we're here with Team Haiti, all part of the Climate Kitchen Showcase. We're here with Giovanni. And Chef Ricardo. Loved your dish. There was sweet potato there. There was the fried garlic. That was the standout for me, because I've never ever thought to fry garlic in that way, and it gave like the perfect crunch and texture to your dish. So tell me about your experience here in Carifesta, man.
Yes, Tado.
I'm just his sous chef. I've just came, so.
Yeah, the thing, we're having a good time here in Carifesta, and the idea was to represent Haiti, and we have different type of traditional dish that we come up with, which is legume, griot. We have the grilled fish and goats. So the idea is to show what we have, you know, trying to show another image of our country. We'll do it from here to any place that they send us.
Yeah.
And also we also have this pleasure to discover other tastes from other countries. We have some amazing chefs from all the Caribbean, and trust me, it's a big pleasure for us to be here.
That's all I wanted to know when it comes to Carifesta 15, that the chefs and all the creatives are collaborating and learning from each other, seeing some similarities, maybe doing things a different way, taking stuff back home that you want to try. Is there anything that's like one of the standouts, the many standouts that you can't wait to try back home?
Actually, the first thing I have to mention with that, you know, I like the way the chefs here, we all work together. Right. Even we don't even know the name. You just show, you need something, you need to learn a knife, whatever it is, they just come up and give it to you. You know, we have this communion in the work that's make it easier, you know. So we already have a few ideas. We pick from other people. We certainly gonna add, you know, what we have to do for the next time. You know, fusion food, it's one of the most important things that makes you. Food as well is a way to communicate. You know, once you can add new flavor, it's better. It's just put another standard.
I can't wait. I love that. I love that so much. Chef Craig even said that he's gonna add that to one of his dishes, some fried garlic chips for sure. Is that where you come in, Mr. Sous Chef? You behind the fried garlic chips?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, tell me how it's been for you in Carifesta.
I mean, I don't know what to say. He said everything, right. so
with you, are you enjoying yourself? You getting to do other things, going to the beach?
I need to try the street food.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so some of our local food. Yeah. Did you get to try the cuckoo? Is that something you make in it?
Yeah. It is like corn in our country.
Yeah, cornmeal.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, thank you.
We enjoy too the banks. We are enjoying the banks too. It's a good beer.
It is a good beer. I am telling you, I love it too. Well, you guys really enjoy. I really hope that you guys get some more time to see all that Carifesta has to offer, including the entertainment. Your contingent is also wrapping well in the entertainment and music side as well. So it's been a great time.
Entertainment and also some artisanal, you know. So we have like 5 different shops that people could go and buy our local products.
And I'll be there today and every day.
The folklore. We have dance too, folklore dance.
Oh yeah, I saw the and the musicians, the drums, everything. It's been awesome. So you guys enjoy here, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Giovanni. Carifesta 15, Caribbean Roots, Global Excellence. I'm your girl Nikita. Thanks for watching. See you at the next event. Happy Carifesta.
name is Adina Brackett, and my business name is Epson and Others Enterprises Limited from Toronto. We have the natural soaps, we have body washes, and we have the scrubs. We also have the body butters, where it moisturizes the skin. With the scented candles, we try to use the fruits that we have in Trinidad and Tobago, and anything that relaxes anyone. We also have the aromatherapy candles, where it also is for skincare products instead of just an ordinary candle itself. It has all the natural properties itself. It is rose neem and lavender, and it also has peppermint and nutmeg. And recently we started off doing the sinus release because we realized that a lot of people suffer from sinus and don't even realize when it takes place, and then the hospital recovers. They are suitable for children, and especially where we have a particular soap, where it is that even if a newborn, where it is if they have any rashes, anything like that, we have a particular bush named St. John's bush, and also use that, and that is for rashes also. Well, this is the first time I've ever taken that in Carifesta, and it is amazing because the different cultures coming together, you see the togetherness, and you see so many things that they do and you didn't even know about. And this is just one aspect of it when we are in the Grand Market, and it has so many different locations that you just have to go up on Instagram to see the little snippets of it.
So good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you to the next big conversation, Old Talk, New Frequency, Tune In, the Archive. And we're going to open this conversation with a spoken word piece curated for this called If the Past Had a Password. If the past had a password, what would it be? How many unique characters would we need to log into our heritage? And would our accent and ancestors activate two-factor authentication? Would we use Spooge and Calypso to program our Caribbean operating system? Would we view slavery as software to firewall our imagination, blocking progress from popping up? If the past had a password, would our names allow us enough access to ourselves? Because I would like to know. Because they uninstalled our identity when they wrote the slave code. We were ones and zeros transferring at 20 knots per second across open ocean generations, stored in a cloud of cotton as servers of cane stock. We walked barefoot over genocide for our freedom. Now our story is being written by an algorithm that don't even ask for permission. Google can recall all published editions of the news, but you gotta remember, it's not like a search engine uses the truth as fuel. Who keeps record for the undocumented? Who tracks the spoken knowledge when a population stops talking? Who watches over oral tradition? Who makes it their mission to rescue the man that takes refuge in being old-fashioned? If the past had a password, what would be our security question? Would we ask why you don't open an umbrella inside of your house? Or better yet, would we ask what's the best day to eat put in a sauce? Would we ask the user to input the phrase, what's sweet and go out this bunny? Haha. Or would every login attempt we make miserably fail? Is it fair to say that our elders are a walking archive, a somewhat mobile museum of Caribbean life preserved behind time-wrinkled eyes? Is it fair to say that when an elder dies, it's the same as a library burning? In this age of machine learning, does our culture now come with a curriculum with modules on how to mass produce a maypole wrapped in hashtags? Do we have syllabi inscribed by influencer syllables teaching our children that their art is more content instead of a covenant? If the past had password, it wouldn't be in binary. I personally feel it would be in Brave Fruit. It would be in Susu. It would be in a corner shop Casso. It would be in the stern glance that a mother would give a child that could hush that child up without she even opening her mouth. It would be auto-filled by a shouting crowd at carnival. You see, culture has always been a kind of technology used to engineer our modern society. For us, AI stands for applied intuition. It's how grown-up roots could debug an infection, how we've never needed Bluetooth for a strong connection, just some small island peering. Burlap may have once determined our appearance, but now we are peering into the future, and the fabric of time is stretched into drum skins, beating innovation into the rhythm of poetry. It pours from me from the cup. It pours from me into the cup of your hand so you can grab opportunity. I know progress could often be slippery, but once you got a firm grip on your identity, you will never lose yourself to technology. If the past had a password, it would be a synonym for overcoming. An adjective to describe island living, a verb on how to do and how to be authentically Caribbean. It would take us to the landing page of our genealogical home, where you can't hack into this system because we're using with DNA as code. This architecture of this archipelago ain't an open source. We are now the gatekeepers of our own paradise. So if you log in and hear access denied, it's probably because you are part of this shared struggle. If the past had a password, it would be a phrase on how to define the meaning of Carifesta. I welcome you to this big talk.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm just wondering if I can come up with a password for the past. And I was thinking archive, but not archive as what we're going to discuss, but ARC, A-R-C, and hive, where everything comes together. Yeah? Since we're using poetic license. It was a very good performance. Thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our big conversation titled today, Old Talk, New Frequency, Tuning the Archives. And I am your moderator, David Brown, as you can tell, from Jamaica. As you know, our archives have long served as safe spaces and cultural sites of cultural preservation. But they have long been regarded as a metaphor for old, static repositories of information. But today, through our conversation, we'll be turning that notion on its head with riveting presentations and discussions from a veritable host of cultural luminaries from our region. Let me take this time out to introduce you to them. Online, first of all, Dr. Nicolette Bethel. Nicolette Bethel was born and raised in Nassau, Bahamas, and has studied and worked in the Bahamas, the UK, and Canada. For 5 years, between 2003 to 2008, she served as the Director for Culture for the Bahamas government. She's currently a professor in the School of Social Sciences at the University of the Bahamas and is chair of the Academic Senate. As a playwright, theater director, poet, fiction writer, and anthropologist, she's founder and festival director of Shakespeare in Paradise. Our other presenters are Ms. Kai Crooks Chisano. Kai, you understand? Kai Crooks Chisano is a board member of Caribbean in Transit. She's a Trinidadian American, and for almost 30 years, she has lived in Southern Africa, first in Mozambique, and she currently makes her home in South Africa. Kai is a researcher, writer, and development specialist, and she has worked with governments, UN agencies, and civil society organizations across Africa for more than 3 decades. She is the executive director of a youth-serving organization called Camp I Am, and her work focuses on fostering educational development with students using drama and storytelling. Our other presenter is Marhan Kennedy, a DC native. Marhan? a DC native with Trinidadian African-American roots. She's an author, director, educator, actor, producer, and literary advocate. Kennedy has always had a passion for children's education and children's media, and in 2012, she started the Callaloo Kids brand, which is a global brand rooted in cultural literacy, consisting of books, theater, animation, and arts education. Soon after, she founded the Kennedy Foundation for the Arts, which would further empower youth of color from ages 3 to 18 years with cultural arts programming and theatrical opportunities. We also have online with us Dr. Karika Weldon. Dr. Weldon is a Bermudian biochemist, geneticist, and the first Black woman globally to solely found a genomics company. As founder, CEO, and director of research at Carigenetics, she leads groundbreaking studies focused on the unique genetic makeup of Caribbean people, filling critical data gaps in global health research and advancing precision medicine across the region. Dr. Weldon's career has spanned the UK and Bermuda, including key roles as lecturer in biomedical sciences, a research scientist at Oxford Genomics Center and Bermuda Science. We also have online with us as well Miss Onika Henry. And Onika is a Tobago-based clinical sexologist and theater artist, blending performance arts, somatic therapy, and sex education to spark transformative dialogues. A certified sex coach, somatic sex educator, and sex and faith trainer, she bridges sexuality and spirituality for Christian communities. With trauma-informed training and expressive arts expertise, she co-authored The Anatomy of Pleasure and contributed to the anthology Black and Menopausal. She's a Fulbright scholar and a TEDx speaker, and Onika volunteers with marginalized groups while pursuing her doctorate in clinical psychology. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure for us to start this big conversation today. You can see that we have a wide variety of disciplines that will inform this particular topic. And I'm going to ask us if we can start with Dr. Nicolette Bethel, who is online, if she could introduce herself and her presentation.
Thank you, David. I don't know if y'all can see or hear me. Here I am. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to get going. I'm going to share whether this can work. So I want to talk about what we're doing here in the Bahamas with Shakespeare in Paradise. Yeah, great. So truth be told, can you see anything? I don't think you can. I don't think y'all can see my screen. I want to try something else. Okay, and do something different. Now let's try that. Thank you. So you should be able to see that, right? You should see my screen. So truth be told, we didn't set out to honor Shakespeare. Rather, we were using the plays as a hook. We knew Bahamian theater is good theater. We also knew that nobody's going to come to the Bahamas to see Bahamian theater. So we decided we would create a festival that centered Shakespeare and put the Bahamian, Caribbean, African American, and diasporic plays beside it. So I'm Nicolette Bethel. I'm an anthropologist, professor, writer, theater director, and founder of a theater festival called Shakespeare in Paradise that is going into its 17th year in Nassau. Our tagline is a theater festival for Nassau and the world. And for 17 years, that's what we've been doing every October. Despite COVID-19, despite hurricanes, despite not having, then not having adequate rehearsal and performance spaces. Our goal was to create a theater festival that would introduce Bahamian theater to the world. And to do that, we decided we were going to produce one Shakespeare play side by side with a classic from the Bahamas or around the African diaspora. We would also surround them with smaller, more risky productions. And in this way, we have presented Shakespeare's work and ours to around 50,000 people. We've revived pretty much all of the most significant works from Bahamian playwrights. We've presented African American and Caribbean and African classics to audiences who never heard of them before. We've featured performers and performances from the UK, North America, and across the Caribbean. And we've covered all the Shakespeare plays that are being studied in syllabi in the Bahamian schools, and then some. And we're starting to gain a bit of an international reputation. But what is really interesting is that as we were doing all of this, we started to notice that what we were doing was going well beyond the entertainment, education, and exposure that we were trying to do. We didn't realize it when we started, but we were actually participating in a process of healing. First, we discovered we were healing ourselves as a people. We were remembering the past. Every time we placed one of our plays side by side with a Shakespeare play, we were sending the message that we were good enough. We were sending the message to people who didn't necessarily know. We knew it, but they might not have. So we're sending the message that we are good enough. And maybe Shakespeare's not quite so untouchably great. Every time we revived an old play or put on a new one, we were stitching something together. We were communing with ancestors. We were uplifting new generations. So we wanted 21st century Bahamians to know the giants who went before them. How better than to produce their work? Folk operas, epic tragedies, rollicking comedy, crackling satire, complicated love stories, they are all replaying and breathing again on our stages. Because ours is an oral culture, and we relive our being through retelling. And then we're doing more than that, because we found out, quite by accident, that Shakespeare is actually being used all around the world in very deliberate processes of healing. Shakespeare is being used to help neurodivergent children verbalize their needs in the UK. Shakespeare is being used by schools in Colorado to combat school violence. Shakespeare is being used by therapists and war veterans to combat PTSD. Healing from trauma. Apparently, the iambic heartbeat has something to do with it, something to do with somatic healing. And I think we're going to hear a lot more about what that is from Onika later. So we didn't even know this, but we've been doing it. We were so busy clapping back to Shakespeare, taking the old stories and finding our Caribbean truths, centering Ariel and Caliban's perspectives in The Tempest, making Macbeth a rogue parliamentarian who killed his prime minister, turning Shylock into a Haitian numbers runner instead of a Jewish moneylender. We didn't realize how healing it was to approach the works with honest irreverence, seeking the truth in them while also stripping away the weapons. Saying Shakespeare's words in our contexts has given our performers a confidence that they never knew they needed. And it's created audiences that are undaunted by his language. It's given us the power to demystify his works, to pair his works with ours. We set out to create a theater festival to bring the world to the Bahamas. And we're still working on that. But in the process, we did something else. We found healing in the process of making theater. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Nicolette. You know, one of the things, before we go to our next speaker, that jogged my memory while you're presenting was the fact that earlier this year, a Jamaican group, school group, from a depressed community actually did Romeo and Juliet in Patois. And you can imagine the kind of reception that would have had. And it did a couple of things. It made students in that school more interested in literature. but it also stimulated their own understanding of what the themes were in the play, the life stories, the life lessons, but it also allowed them to absorb and to reinterpret Shakespeare in their own language for their own situation. And that, for me, is quite important. And your presentation a while ago really jogged my memory, that so I thought I would mention it to you. And maybe after this, I could always send you a link to it so you could see the impact that it has in that community.
That would be very cool.
Our next presenter is Miss Kai Crooks Chisano. So Kai, over to you.
Good morning or good afternoon. When I come home, I have to stand up. It's too much to come to Barbados and sit in my seat. So first of all, it's hot out here. I mean, it's really hot. But it's wonderful to feel the sun of the Caribbean, and I'm really pleased to be here today. First of all, Nicolette, it's great coming after you, because I like what you said, we are enough. So, I'm going to begin. When I walked into the classroom, I didn't just meet learners. I met an archive. And that archive was living, it was breathing, it was questioning, and it was ready to speak. So what is the archive? It's not on a shelf, but standing in front of us alive. You see, the archive, it breeds through old talk, storytelling, performance, and pedagogy. And when we talk of the archive, it's not static. You see, we have a traditional definition of what the archive is. And that traditional definition is the archive is the official documents that we collect, it's the histories, and it's the cultural records that are kept. But there's also a critical or decolonial definition of what is the archive. And scholars speak to that, and they speak to the archive as power. The archive as deciding what is remembered and what is silenced. It's not just documents, the archive. It's always about power, and it's never neutral. It's memory, it's identity, and it's performance. The archive is alive. It has a heartbeat. And the heartbeat of the archive is old talk. When we say old talk in the Caribbean, what we mean is storytelling in other parts of the world. It's our traditions. The archive is our everyday speech. It connects, it heals, it builds. The archive is like the umbilical cord. It's a bridge to the past and the present. It's a connection between ourselves and our communities. But you know, stories don't just live in conversations. They also live in pedagogy. And so pedagogy is how we teach, and stories come through how we teach. Now, the most dominant pedagogy in education is what's called constructivism. And that emanated in Europe in the late 19th and 20th centuries. Now, constructivism talks about learning, building knowledge. It's scaffolding knowledge. It's the engagement of our children with their teachers, their peers, and the community. That's constructivism. It's beneficial. It's about interaction, it's about process. But there's a challenge to constructivism also. The challenge is its European roots, and not because it's European, but here's where the challenge is. It lacks the inclusion of our culture, our identity. I'll give you an example. I was speaking with a cousin of mine in Trinidad when I landed in Barbados, and I wanted to get a sense. Her name is Glynis Bain. And I said, G, tell me about your experience as a teacher. And she talked about a number of things, but one of which we talked about the West Indian Reader. In the West Indian Reader, you have A for apple, B for bat, C for cat. Well, let me ask you, we grow apples in the Caribbean? No, we don't. But we could have had A for Aki, shout out Jamaica. B for Bajan, or even B for breadfruit. C for carnival, cricket, and calypso. That is our identity in terms of making it relevant to us. So then you ask, is there an alternative to this pedagogy of constructivism? Well, I say yes. My research is about this pedagogy. It's called Ubuntu pedagogy. Now, it's also a decolonial pedagogy, this Ubuntu. Some of you might have heard the term associated with South Africa. Ubuntu means a person is a person through other persons. It's a philosophy of interconnectedness, of relationality. It is about restorative care, and even in the South African Constitution, it speaks of the care of the child. Ubuntu pedagogy says, I am because you are. It says learning is relational. It's related, it starts in our home. It's restorative. It makes us who we are. It means that learners do not leave their identity at the classroom door. They bring their identity with them. It means that we bring the patois that we speak in Jamaica, David, that we speak in Trinidad, the indigenous languages that we have in South Africa, of which there are 11. We bring that as our identity into the classroom. Ubuntu pedagogy speaks of, again, a mother tongue community. But like everything, it has its challenges too. Because what it does is it privileges the community over the individual. So some might say the challenge with Ubuntu pedagogy is the risk of collectivism overshadowing individuality. Now, is there a better model? Well, I'll answer that by responding to a question that the Prime Minister raised as she opened the big conversation on Saturday. So Prime Minister Motley, if you're listening, this is in response to your question when you asked, what do we need to do with the education system to allow it to be more transformative? And I'm saying a mixed model. First, we already have a constructivist approach in education in the Caribbean, in many parts of the world, where I live also in South Africa. So we have the structure, we have the scaffolding. It's a recognition of how children learn and in the stages that they learn and the support that's required. We have Ubuntu pedagogy, which deals with identity, rootedness, roots, relational, and on our ontology, which is our being. Neither is perfect. Alone, they're not perfect. Constructivism risks cultural erasure. Not even risk, we see it happening. Ubuntu may risk, some say, the over-collectivism, but together they balance. When they combine, we get an archive that breathes. It has knowledge. It's scaffolded. It's rooted. It's alive in community. Together, it's an archive of learning. So together, the archive teaches how to think, and it teaches who we are. Now, the last part of this discourse talks about tuning the archive. And I gave this some thought as I was putting my piece together. How do we tune the archive? So we tune the archive through all of these pieces, through old talk, through pedagogy, through performance. It brings me to my work. Again, I'm going to quote Prime Minister Motley. She said, there are 40 million people of the Caribbean, in the Caribbean itself, and in the diaspora. I'm one of those 40 million. When David introduced me, he said that I live in South Africa. I've lived there now for almost 30 years, 29 years this year. I'm home there, and I'm home also in the Caribbean. And for those almost 30 years, I've seen our challenges. I've seen how it affirms me as a Black woman in the world, where the majority look like me. But I also see the challenges regarding education in a number of things. I run an organization after leaving the UN, after being a consultant, an organization called Camp I Am. The term comes from the two most powerful words I believe in the English language, which are I am. You put anything else behind I am Kai, I am powerful, I am. And this organization, my organization, Camp I Am, it's educational support. We deal with creativity, programs, but mostly around literacy. And one of the things that we do is the spelling bee. Now, here's an example of tuning the archive. In 2015, I helped the national government, the Department of Basic Education in South Africa, launch the first spelling bee in the country, which was great. COVID came, it interrupted that. And this year I thought, you know what, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to tune it. And what I did, I created the spelling beehive. So Mark, you talked about hive. So I created what's called the spelling beehive. And the spelling beehive takes the spelling bee a step further. It comprises of 4 competitions. It's a spelling bee, it's creative writing, it's drama and storytelling, it's debate, and it caters to the different kinds of learners. Remember, we're talking about in this mixed methodology, this mixed curriculum in terms of, not curriculum, in terms of just only constructivism and Ubuntu, when we're mixing it together for the benefit of the child, this concept that we've put forward in these competitions caters to the different types of children. The visual child, the child that deals with the auditory, the kinesthetic, different types of learning. And the program, again, the learning is scaffolded, relational, and it's about an ethic of care. We've taken words from the curriculum in South Africa for the grades 7 to 9. And when the children perform, because this is a performance, when a child steps up at a spelling bee, what are they doing? They are projecting their voice, they're enunciating, right? They're listening. So it's not only about spelling, it's speaking, it is performance. It's a rhythm, it's voice, it's memory. It's the community watching as you are watching me here today. The other thing is to, in all of these iterations, we look at, I think, the archive brings all of these things together. It isn't just about paper or policy. The archive is embodied. Today, what we are doing becomes part of the archive. Prime Minister Motley spoke of them buying the archives, I forget what it's called. Say it again? Exactly, Banyan. Buying the Banyan archive because it's so important in terms of who we are and defining who we are as a people. So the archive is embodied. It's the old talk. It's classrooms as archives in motion. The archive breathes when we teach with structure. It breathes in our identity. When we tune it with the old talk, with the storytelling and performance. The archive is dynamic. It's dialogue, transformation, living knowledge. And you know what our task is? Somebody say what? What's our task? Yes. Thank you, David. Our task is to keep tuning the archive until it sings a new frequency. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. Our next presenter is Miss Marjwan Kennedy. And Marjwan, over to you.
Take this up here.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marjwan Kennedy, and I'm a storyteller based from Washington, D.C. with Trinidadian roots. Is it okay if I tell you one of my stories? Okay. On one hot New York City summer day, Winston ate a bowl of his favorite dish, callaloo. Winston's eyes were always bigger than his tummy. But there was just something magical about his auntie's famous callaloo, for it was a family recipe passed down from Winston's grandmother to his auntie. "Winston," said auntie, "what you got a belly of a goat? You ate all the callaloo. Go down to the roti shop on Flatbush Avenue and pick me up some more dashin bush." So Winston walked to the subway. "Delicioso, compra una icy, delicious, buy an icy," shouted the icy lady. "Woof, woof," barked Cosmo, the neighborhood dog. While devouring 2 cocoa ices, Winston heard a whisper. "Winston, Winston." He looked to his left, to his right, and to his back. "What was that?" said Winston. He shrugged, then hopped on the subway. Sitting patiently, Winston gazed out the subway window. Huh? Where did all the familiar city buildings disappear to? For he was no longer in New York City, but now on the quaint Caribbean island of Tobago. Winston loved Tobago. He often daydreamed about bathing in the crystal clear water, devouring morning doubles, and listening to his wise grandmother's stories. He loved Tobago even more than ices and callaloo. Oh, Winston could hear his grandmother calling him. "Winston," said grandmother. "Go down to the river over so and pick me 2 crabs. Me need it for me callaloo tonight." So Winston did just that. He went down to the river and he saw all the beautiful fish and all of the crabs. I'm going to bring back my grandmother 4 instead of 2. She'll be so happy. When suddenly a menacing shadow appeared through the trees. "Little boy, why are you stealing from my forest?" bellowed Papa Bois, peacekeeper and protector of all the animals of the forest. Frightened, Winston ran off. I'll leave it right there and we'll imagine what happens to Winston. So what you just heard was an excerpt from one of my children's books from the Callaloo Kids series, a children's media brand that I created, which promotes cultural literacy for kids through books, theater, puppetry, object performance, animation, and arts education. Callaloo Kids was born out of my own desire to explore what it means to be Caribbean, but American, a Dogla, migrating world traveler, coming from a first-generation child's perspective. Growing up in Washington, D.C. with Trini roots, I never really quite fit in. I belonged to many, many worlds, many cultures, multiple identities. I was a mix, a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I was a Callaloo kid. As a theater artist in my 20s in New York, I began to find my own voice through performance and writing, and it led me back to the folklore traditions of my motherland, Trinidad and Tobago. Truthfully, these stories have always been in me. It's sort of a blood memory. These were stories told by my mother to me and my grandmother to her. Stories of Papa Bois, the Sukunya, Laja Bless, and the Duens. And you see, what's powerful is not only our ability to pass these stories down from generation to generation, but also this new generation's ability to reinterpret the folklore, reimagine it, repurpose it, and make it contemporary for today. That's what the folklore intrinsically is all about. The lore is our stories, and folk from the people. These are really our survival stories. So Callaloo Kids went from a single play that I wrote from writing in my broke down apartment in New York City. And it was inspired by my own personal experience, but it grew into a universe of children's media that connects the African diaspora through specifically food and folklore, and looks at cultures in Puerto Rico, the Gullahs in South Carolina, USA, and Trinidad and Tobago. In the last 10 years, Callaloo Kids has been seen and performed at the Lincoln Center in New York, the Smithsonian, and the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., the National Library in Trinidad and Tobago, and on TV as well, working with Sesame Street and PBS Kids. Callaloo Kids was even the catalyst for me to birth my own organization, the Kennedy Foundation for the Arts, where we serve underrepresented youth storytellers of color in the Washington, D.C. metro area. Over the last 13 years, we have impacted over 10,000 young people worldwide. Callaloo Kids is about showing Black and brown children that they are sheroes and heroes of their own narratives, that the Caribbean and African diaspora are just as magical, just as powerful as any fairy tale that we hear and see in the mainstream. Folklore is more than a myth. It's a memory. It's the way our ancestors preserved history, culture, and identity. And as a first-generation Caribbean American, I see Callaloo Kids as a bridge, connecting the old stories of the diaspora with the new voices of today. I'll never forget, in one performance, a little girl came up to me afterwards, and she said, "Oh, your character talks just like my abuela," grandmother in Spanish. You see, in that moment, she just wasn't experiencing. She was seeing her heritage celebrated, lived, and passed on stage. This work is about planting seeds, preserving roots, and making sure that the stories of the diaspora continue to travel from Port of Spain to DC, from Barbados to Brooklyn. Because when children know their stories, they know their power. And when they know their power, they can imagine a world without limits. As we say at the end of every Callaloo book and every Callaloo play, something magical lay within that Callaloo. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjwan. That's very interesting, and I really like the performance, and I'm wondering what happens to him with that monster that comes up to him in the forest. Okay. Our next presenter will be Dr. Karika Weldon. She's joining us online. So, Karika, if you're ready.
Greetings, can you all hear me? Can you hear me over there? Greetings from Bermuda.
Yes, we're hearing you just fine.
Awesome. I'm very excited to be here. I am the scientist of the batch, and I'm really excited to share this intersection between science and who we are as a people in the arts. So the archive, I wanted to start here and just nudge on this for a minute to say, okay, what is the archive, right? And the official definition is a collection of historical documents or records providing information about a place, institution, or group of people. Now, this is what we're used to, right? A bunch of papers and, things written down. And obviously we're in the digital age, so this may be a digital archive. But what I want to put forward is that actually there is another version of this archive that we all have a copy of. And what I want to say is that sometimes when the stories are being told or when, history is being passed down, there are certain facts that are on purpose left out for various reasons. Some controversial, some maybe were just forgotten. And so what I'm presenting is that our DNA, which is literally just made up of 4 letters, as you see on the screen, A, C, G, and T. Those are the first letters of the different official chemical bases that make up our DNA. This is the way that the archive I am talking about is penned. If you think about our DNA, it is very long. You have a whole copy of all of your DNA in every single cell of your body. And if you were to take all of your DNA in an adult human body and stretch it out, it ends up being 74 billion kilometers. And if you want to put that into, distance, that is the combined length that would stretch from the furthest planet to the Earth back and forth many times. It's a lot of information, all wrapped very nicely and neatly into our body. So what I'm proposing here is to say that you are actually the living archive of all of your ancestors. And how is that? So this is a diagram of me. So if you consider this girl at the bottom to be me, I am, and I'm going back, 3 generations here. I have a piece, and it's about an eighth of each of my great grandparents, right? They all contributed a part of themselves. Initially, it was 50% to their child. So as you can see, each of these pairs. And then when those children came together, they gave 50% to that new child, which would be my parents here. And then they both gave 50% of themselves to me. But ultimately, I am a mixture of all of my ancestors that came before me, as you are a mixture genetically of all of the ancestors that came to create you. And what's beautiful about this is that we can actually read this archive. We're really excited in Bermuda to be working with a Bermudian genealogist. His name is Dane Simmons. This is a picture of him. He has, over the last 20 plus years, been building a specific Bermuda genealogy database. And it has, bearing in mind, Bermuda is only 65,000 people. It has 140,000 Bermudians in it, almost 45,000 marriages, pictures, goes back 8 generations. And what's interesting is when we initially worked with and you met Mr. Dane, is it wasn't all perfect. There were some gaps. And so we decided to work together and recently launched a service called My Lineage, so that actually his database that he's built every day after reading the obituaries, and he does this religiously every day, because actually they're a very great way to see how people are related. But again, it misses out some information. We now have worked with him to launch a service to offer Bermudians, but we want to take it a step further. So it's very well known that genetics can actually tune genealogy. And what I'm presenting here is that this is something that we're able to do for ourselves in the Caribbean. So again, what was left unsaid, and let's be honest, a lot of times hidden. I can say right now, my family on my mom's side is actually redoing our family book that will showcase all of our cousins from our matriarch all the way down to present day. And one of the phrases that our lead cousin who is doing is that her mom said is, look, if you don't know that part, if it doesn't look like it matches, just leave it to the side now. Don't investigate it. Don't push too hard. Because unfortunately, we all have in our ancestors, there are some hidden truths that we do not want to speak of. But it can be seen in our DNA. And I know that may sound scary. Oh my goodness. Family secrets can be uncovered. But I would like to put it in a different frame. Because today, who you are, everything from what your eyes look like, how you process food, even your risk of disease is also a culmination of your ancestors. And so I'm going to encourage everyone that we should not shy away from what makes us. It's almost our manual of how we operate. Let's not shy away from it, and let's lean into it. I'm really excited also to share that we have been looking at the genetic ancestry breakdown of Bermudians, and we're looking to do this more throughout the Caribbean. And something that has been very exciting to unveil, because again, this is already in the archives, we're now just reading it, right? by looking at our DNA, is that we knew in Bermuda that there's a certain group of or part of the island where there was a lot of Native American, ancestry and people that were more migrated together. Now, the rest of the island, we kind of knew there was in dribs, but it's very, very clearly in Bermuda, if you spoke to anyone that, okay, yeah, say David's Islanders, yeah, they're Native American. Very heavy ancestry. And then National Geographic came about 10, 15 years ago and did some genetics at that point and kind of shut that door for them and said, oh, actually, you're not. And that was contrasting to the actual vocal archives and written archives that the families had. I'm very excited to say that now, based on the latest, data, there's a lot more people that have been tested throughout the world. Technology is a lot more accessible. We now know that the average Black Bermudian, or over 75% of the average Black Bermudian who identifies as being Black Bermudian, is about 3/4 African, 17% European, and 9% Native American. This isn't just isolated to one small part of the island, it's actually across the entire island. And I am proud to say I fall into this category. Actually, my numbers are very similar to this, just one off in 73, 17, 10. And this was huge for me, huge for my family. We knew we had a maternal ancestor who was a Native American slave, but it was never detected. You wasn't able to read it in our DNA. But now we are. And we're really excited to be able to dig deeper into this and be able to even take this beyond into the Caribbean. We all have unique genetics, right? If you look at the person next to you, on both sides, they're not going to look like you. You look a little different just because your code, your menu, your manual is a little different. And so what we are looking to do is make sure we capture all of that diversity. So you may be asking, look, how do I get involved in something like this? Can I experience this as well? And so I'm really excited to say Carry Genetics, which is the company that I founded, which is short for Caribbean Genetics. We're doing something called the Caribbean Genome Program. It's the first of its kind for the region, and we are looking to test 250,000 people from the Caribbean by 2030. So keep an eye out. You will hear more about this as time goes on. We should be starting to really ramp up next year. And this is done very proudly for the Caribbean and by the Caribbean. And don't forget, you are the archive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karika. Your presentation stimulated a lot of thoughts. I remember reading Professor Caroline Cooper's book, Noise is in the Blood. If you recall that book, what she spoke about was the origins of music like dancehall and its evolution from West Africa, its music, its rhythms, its movements accompanied with it, that our ancestors would have brought during the experience of the transatlantic slave trade. And it still expresses itself now in Jamaican popular music like dancehall, reggae music, the beats, the movements, the words. Those are the things that make us who we are, and they stayed with us and survived in spite of that tragic experience of slavery, especially chattel slavery, which is a part of the British experience, British colonial experience. So it really gives thought to the idea that you yourself are the archive. You yourselves carry the lived experiences, the hopes and the dreams. And it is what we, our and future generations do with that information, genetic information, that will help us out of the experience, this malaise that we have been taught to be less than or to think that we are inferior in some form. We need to shun that. And we can only do that if we have the information that is already built in us in the archives. Our next presenter is Dr. Onika Henry. So Onika, over to you, because Onika has a very, and I use the word ambiguously, she's a Tobago-based clinical sexologist. So we look forward to a very stimulating presentation.
Gosh, thank you so much for having me. And it's not doctor as yet. I'm working on it. I'm a doctoral student. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. I hope I can figure out how to do this on my new laptop here. Hold on. And let's hope I don't have my sexology things open so you only see, the academic things on my screen. Hold on. Here we go. I think this is it. Let me know if you can see that. All right, can folks see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
All
Yeah.
right. Okay, good. All right, so I'm going to share some pages of a workbook that I am creating that goes along with a workshop that I am creating that brings together our carnival arts with therapeutic interventions, particularly those based in somatic sex education. So I'm going to read a little bit and scroll through the images. All right. So to most of us, carnival seems like pure exhibitionism, a never-ending party and intense sexual display. But what if I told you it's also a somatic toolkit for sexual wholeness left to us by our ancestors? As a clinical sexologist, in my view, carnival is an opportunity to explore the tools our elders left us that can be used to achieve sexual wholeness and wellness, or for the responsible use and channeling of sexual energy, as strange as that may seem to some of us. What if I told you that the very thing we use to hide or to disguise and display ourselves, the mask, the costume, could be the key to our deepest liberation? Caribbean carnivals were born out of rebellion, resistance, and rejuvenation. They contain the epigenetic, Karika, the epigenetic and embodied memory of the fertility rites of Egypt that traveled to Central and West Africa. They are a reclamation of the bodies of people of African descent, and as such, Mass is also a living archive. Now, specifically in Tobago, our new carnival, our tagline is ritual, revelry, release. But what if we also saw this as a somatic blueprint for healing? As a space in which our carnival characters are seen as archetypes and can be used as somatic guides and portals into our psyche. A ritualistic communal joy practice, a communal erotic practice, where the body, heart, mind, and spirit come into alignment for wholeness and wellness, including sexual wholeness and wellness. My work is based on a radical premise. Mass characters and mass spaces are not just about performances. They are ancestral guides. The Jab Molasses fire and movement, the Dame Lorentz excess, the Midnight Robbers defiance and boldness are not just scripts for street theater. They are embodied maps to our silenced histories, our unspoken traumas, and to our erotic reclamation and reawakening. Colonization didn't just steal the land and destroy cultures. It stole our relationship to our bodies. It taught us to fear the sensual, to distrust the erotic, and to sever pleasure from power. But in the marrow of our mass traditions, something else survived, a technology of resistance, coded in movement, in satire, in the deliberate excess of a waistline rule. When the Jab Molasses covered their bodies in molasses and when they use fire, they are not just playing. They are reclaiming the body as a site of sacred rebellion. When the Dame Lorentz characters exaggerate their body parts and movement in satin and frills, they're not just mocking the plantation owners. They're exposing the absurdities. Polyvagal theory teaches us that trauma lives in the body. But if we have inherited generational trauma, then surely we have also inherited generational wisdom. Liberation also lives in the body. Carnival then becomes a living laboratory. The stick fighter's stance is a dorsal vagal reset. The freeze response that says, I will not flee, I will root here. The whining of a masquerader is ventral vagal activation, a neural pathway back to joy. The ventral vagal is safety. The whine says, I am alive, I am joy, I belong. Carnival trains us to move between and to toggle between all of them at will. In my workshops, we will ask, which carnival character lives in your body's silenced history? We will use movement, sound, and communal ritual to excavate those stories, not just with words, but with flesh. American Audre Lorde said that the erotic is not just about sex, it is about aliveness. And what is carnival, if not the ultimate practice of erotic aliveness? The sweat, the rhythm, the collective gasp in awe as a mass band floods the streets. This is decolonial desire in motion. In a world that tries to police Black and brown bodies, to commodify our joy, to flatten our complexity, carnival is an antidote. It is where we remind ourselves pleasure is not trivial, it is tactical, it is healing, it is liberatory. In a world where many profit from our disembodiment, where trauma lives even in scrolling through social media, carnival is our reset and reboot. And so I end with this. Your body is a mass camp, waiting to tell its stories in the expressive arts that is Caribbean mass. Your breath, your pulse, your hips, your voice, these are costumes waiting to be worn. The revolution will not only be televised, it will be felt. My work is an invitation to you to unmask through masking, not to hide behind the mask, but to be seen and felt through it, not to escape, but to return to the wisdom in your bones and flesh, to the carnival that has been dancing in your nervous system all along. And will you answer the call and come home to your body? Thank you.
Anika, that was a very interesting discourse, very interesting. And I was thinking to myself, that I now have a real reason to go to Carnival. Yes? Right. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a series of presentations that have taken us from how we view the classic archive, how we view the preservation of cultural material, to how it is that we view expressions that have absorbed our experiences and put new spins and interpretations on them for our own cultural preservation. So the movement of our bodies, the memorialization of songs, of sayings, the general history that it is that we carry with ourselves, how we move, how we talk. In Jamaica, we say our swag. I'm sure you have a different kind of terminology here. Those kind of things that make us who it is that who we are, uniquely Black, uniquely Caribbean, uniquely the survivors of the experience of the trauma of this transatlantic trade, but people who have used that information, as Onika said, to create our new experiences and to reassert our identities and the things that we lost. And that, for me, is what we take away from that arc of discussions that we wove today about the archives, right? And we will now open the floor for our presenters, our general audience, to ask questions based on the presentation that were made. And listen, we really want you to engage. Feel free to ask. I'm sure one or two other topics resonated with you. And I will start off by using moderator's privilege to ask each of our panelists the first question. And you are all free, the mics are there circulating. You're all free to intervene. So my first question for the panelists, and it's in no order. We are collecting for the archive. That's what we're here doing. What word would you deposit into your archive? And importantly, why? I'm going to start with Kai.
Okay, is it on? Okay. I like how you just look at me. So you start with Kai, so give everyone else a time to breathe. Well, what word I would deposit? Because of where I live, as I said, I live in Southern Africa and South Africa in particular, and I spoke of Ubuntu pedagogy, the word I would deposit would be Ubuntu, which means I am because you are. It means that I exist because you have existed. Our other presenters spoke about those that went before. And the reason why I would choose that word Ubuntu is because it also speaks to pedagogy, how we teach, how our children learn. It also speaks to a worldview that I can return to Barbados, which is also the site of my ancestry on my maternal side. Some of our people come from Barbados and from St. Vincent. I'm a true Caribbean child. But also, the reason why I use the word Ubuntu that I would deposit into the archive is because it is relational and it ties us to what makes us human. I'm going to end with one part on this. I love words. And when you ask for a word, David, you know, in Trinidad, in the spiritual Baptist culture, you go on the mourning ground. And the mourning ground, today is not the day to present that spiritual piece, but it is a time where the initiates, they are in prayer and fasting for about a week. And when they come off the mourning ground, the leader or the elder gives them a word. And that word is the word that you take into the world, right? It is the message. But it is also a word that is like your mantra that you use when you are seized with a problem or fear or whatever. We all have our word. I have my word. So when you ask what word I would deposit, for me, it's a beautiful thing to actually ask. And after all of us as the panelists give our word, I would love to hear the word that the audience would give. You are here today as part of the archive. We are the archive. So think about that. The microphone comes to you next. Marjoanne?
I love that. I would say my word to deposit is probably Callaloo, of course, but probably reimagination. I think when I really began to investigate my own relationship to the folklore, it empowered me, of course, the characters and the history and the tradition, but also my interpretation of it and how I could continue the history and the legacy through my own lens of being not born in the country, but still in the culture. And how so many, you know, I think you shared, Kai, earlier, how many Caribbeans exist in the diaspora, that we are all have our own perspective of the archive, of the history, no matter if you're 5 years old or 55 or 95. Everyone has a relationship to it. So I think when I discovered that, and then even more so when I reimagined it and felt I have an opportunity, and children, you know, young people in my community who may not grew up in Trinidad or Jamaica or Puerto Rico, we are still part of that continuum. And our experience of riding the subway and going to get the dasheen and going to get, the roti. It's still, it's, as I said, in continuum, in this conversation of the history. And our perspective is just as important, just as relevant of maintaining the archive.
Okay, we turn to our online presenters in no order.
I'd like to jump in first. The word I would use is autonomy, because we are now taking ownership. And I say that because when it comes to our DNA, our genetics, as I showed, we have 17% that's European. That was probably not by choice. But we're doing this now for us so that we can understand all those things that weren't discussed and the hidden truths. And we're doing it with our own power. And I think that's what I'm really excited about. For too long, the Caribbean has had helicopter science, helicopter aid, helicopter culture vultures, I'd like to call them, people that come in and see and take and drain us. And now is the time for autonomy so that we are in control and we are gatekeeping because we should. That would be the word I would put in.
I'm gonna jump in. So I think my word would be reparation. Because, well, obviously echoing what Karika just said, but also there's an intentionality in that. And as I said, we were trying to do something in a kind of, what is the word? In a kind of pragmatic way. And we turned out to be doing something that had a lot of different ramifications, as one does, as things happen. And one of those things was healing, and taking the colonizer's tool to heal with is one element, I think, of reparation. I don't know what people think about how we deal with Shakespeare, and I don't really care. It's for us.
Thank you for that, Nicolette. That little bit of rebellion inside there. Sounds a lot like, how I present my work, and I guess somebody who's rebellious, quote unquote, sex. So my word would be transformative, because that is really what I do with our arts. When I work with clients, when I teach, it really is to decolonize Caribbean sexuality. It is about what Karika spoke about, that agency and autonomy that we are seeking to find in our bodies as individuals, but that also expands into us as a society. So transformative, the idea is that as we go back through the history, as we accept and recognize what we've inherited, and interestingly enough, those stories that Marjwan spoke about, sometimes they come up doing somatic work. When I'm working with bodies, on bodies, and through bodies, people have memories and visions of things that did not happen to themselves. And they had to go home and talk to, grandma or, auntie and ask, well, what is this? What did I see? What did I feel? And realize that that story did not belong to them, but they inherited it. And so the work is transformative. It is really powerful. I know that we have within our repository of wisdom through our folklore or music or dance, medicine to work with. And in my particular sphere, pleasure is medicine.
Thank you very much. I forgot to ask myself, what's my word? And while we were talking, I thought about the word noise. And I remember Bob Marley's song, a line from one of his songs, I want to disturb my neighbor. And I think about it in the context of this discussion because I believe that a large part of our colonial experience has muted us, what inherently it is that we are. And I was going to say something, and I'm tired of it. I'm adjectively tired of it because I cannot use the adjective here. I'm tired that it is that we feel less than, that we feel that our words, our language cannot be official languages, that the way we dress is seen as derogatory because of the movement of our bodies, that the things and the beliefs that we have are seen as less than because the official church says so. I'm tired of it. I want to scream. Everything in my being wants to reassert what I would have lost, what has died before me, of the trauma that our foreparents went through. Some of these very spaces where we have these big conversations were plantations. Yeah. We walk on sweat, flesh, tears, blood of our ancestors. Yeah. And we continue to mute that past to do the right thing or speak the right way, or I'm tired of it. So I want to make as much noise as I want. So that's my word for the archive.
Love it.
We open the floor and I see a young lady there in orange around the back. Hi, Mariel.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to all our panelists coming back to Barbados. Can you hear me? Welcome to our panelists coming back to Barbados. And I just really wanted to say to you all to begin with that you all have really enlivened what I imagined big conversations to be in the dynamism and transversality of this conversation from, historical work in Shakespeare to somatic to scientific to theater, to talk back theater. It is really something amazing to witness. So kudos to you all to begin with. And, it's perhaps also because my work also pertains to memory and the archive, the living archive. And I take what, I think it was Nicolette talked about, or one of you, about the agentive archive, right? Where we create our agency through the archive. But I also want to put forward the idea of a transference archive or prosthetic archive, where, I had a professor, Alison, name is not coming to me now, but she talks about prosthetic memory. And she speaks about when film creates almost a bodily reaction in you because of the power of the medium. So it almost becomes an extension of the body, right? As if you have actually experienced it. And it sounds so much like what you all are speaking about today. But I also wanted to kind of explore, I suppose, the idea of the transference archive, because in my own experience as a cultural researcher, let's say, a piece of work that I've written on extensively, as Dr. Bethel would know, is Sacred Space at Clifton Pier, Genesis. And it is a site where artist Antonius Roberts carved these bodily images of women standing on a cliff top, and he cut off the tops of trees, and it was an invasive tree. So it was a kind of preservationist initiative as well. But the first time I went to this site that is on a cliff top and overlooking an industrial factory, someone asked me my name, and I could not remember my name. I know it sounds strange. But there was some sort of transference happening, and I've only heard of people's talking about that when they visited, for example, where slaves left Africa to get on the boat, that they felt something. And so it was the first time that I experienced this kind of otherly presence that touched my body in a way that I could not remember my name. And so I just want to enter into the conversation with that as a transference archive. Thank you.
So I'm very happy that you raised this, and I want to say props to you. The first question came out from Dr. Mariel Barrow, Maingan, our friend, and actually the visionary behind the big conversations. Mariel, in front of this audience, our panelists and the world, I salute you. I salute you for your vision, for making this happen, and thank you for inviting me home. Thank you very much. In reference to that, okay, clap for Marielle, please. Dr. Barrow, you touched on something. I had to take notes because that's how I process. You talked about the transference archive. There are two things. Many of us saw Sinners with recently. That for me was a degree of, I would call it transference. But let me just back up. There are two things that happen. I say to friends when I go home, I have homes in many different places around the globe. Trinidad is the home of my birth. I was born there. New York is my home in terms of who I became. The African continent, Southern Africa, is the home that I returned to. That's where I live now. But when I go home to New York, and I walk around literally in flip-flops because as my feet connect to the ground, right? It brings back Kai, the young, fearless Kai. I mean, I'm bad now, but I was worse before. But I mean, in a good kind of way, right? So I take that energy back, so that's the transference. But when I went to Trinidad with my sisters last year, my oldest sister, Judy Ray, the sister that follows me, Shelly Ann, and walking the streets from our hotel to the roti shop, we talked about the transference in terms of walking the streets where my parents walked. It was a different kind of energy that it brought to me. Then I speak about Sinners. After watching Sinners, I was like, I need to get with the magic, but the magic in a wonderful kind of way, because it reminded me, especially now, with what is happening not only in the world, but in the United States, which is my other home, that our people, the enslaved, were able to go beyond their own slavery by going into themselves in the power of who they were, who we are in terms of our spirituality. And I experienced transference there. Sinners reminded me of what I have within me to surmount whatever I need to do. So my transference happens depending on where I go. Before I leave Barbados, I have to put my toe in the water because my people passed here too. And that is the transference.
Thanks, Kai. I know we have some other questions, some other comments, your words from the audience. Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Good day and thanks to the panel. My name is Roel Gibbons. I was one of the teachers of Onika, Henry. I'm very proud of that. Of Mariel, to some extent. He was in visual arts at my time. I taught arts at the Creative Arts Center for Creative and Festival Arts in Trinidad. And it's really good being here because I just came from a workshop on Carnival by another one of my graduates, Marvin George, and to hear, Nika as well. Anyway, the word I think that's perhaps been missing and that we've touched on, and the word that I would want to deposit, because I think that it's our word, it's spirit. It's because spirit carries memory. Indeed. Whether we are conscious of it or not, when spirit happens, such as what happened with Marielle, and what you were referring to, Kai, and what we know as in the Caribbean as normal manifestation, or when our parents, grandparents dreamt, I don't know how we dream now, but there are ways in which spirit communicates with us through dreams. We have no defenses for it. So it's yes, there's genetics and all the performances and so on that we talked about, but there's the compulsive archive, memorizing that we have that comes through spirit. So that's the word I would want to leave, to deposit in our archive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments? As we welcome Professor Stanley Nair, how are you? Thanks for coming. Do you have, Prof, would you have a word that you want to put into the archive? One word that you'd want to put in the archive that deals with our collective memories, and probably a word that deals with the way we should go forward? There's a mic. She's passing a mic around.
Thank you, David. Blessings and greetings to everyone here. I've been put on the spot. Does it have to be one word or can it be two? I'm going to go with the energy and the spirit of one of our ancestors, Rex Nettleford. Inward stretch, outward reach.
Yeah.
That has to be in the archive.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anyone else has their words or word? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I am Aya Shabu from Durham, North Carolina, with ancestry here in Barbados and Antigua. And thank you all for the wonderful conversation. Every cell of my being is jumping for joy because oftentimes these are ideas that have only lived in my head, and I've yet to be in conversation with other people who have already explored them so deeply, and so I'm grateful. The word, it's a combo word, would be sensorial intelligence.
Nice.
Okay, that's interesting. There's a young lady here in the front. And
Take out those qualifiers like young or whatever, just as a woman in the front.
no, I'm troubling her because I know who she is.
I mean, because I don't want you to describe me with my gray hair. Just say, you know.
Thank you. Probably it is just a sign that I picked the right word. My word is gratitude. So thank you, moderator, for calling me a young lady. Gratitude is the word that filled my being because I feel something very powerful happening as we all sit together in our collective and individual strength. That deep dive that we're doing together is something that is the realization of a dream, the intergenerational exchange. I'm grateful for those who have researched so deeply and have shared so generously today and reminded us, each and every one of us, that the power is within us. The power is in the spirit of the universe, of our creator, of our ancestors, of those that are here. And the power is ours to unleash and empower in our various spheres the outcomes that we need and that we want and that we celebrate. It's a very powerful moment and I'm grateful for it.
Thank you very much. And I think if nothing else that we get from this discourse are our own interpretations of what would be or what is even missing from our archive. How we interpret that archive, not just a physical building or a space, but us ourselves as being the archive itself and the many forms and shapes that that takes. I move on to that to ask our panelists next question, and I'm going to start with the online participants. What role does sound, rhythm, or language play in how you preserve or share cultural memory? Again, what role does sound, rhythm, or language play in how you preserve or share cultural memory? Not all at once.
Okay. So for us, I guess, I mean, obviously, language, engaging with the language of Shakespeare, which everybody seems to fear, is part of the process that we engage all the time. And what is happening and what has happened is we really don't want people to be walking around doing their Shakespeare, like, that kind of thing. We bring our own language to it. In some cases, we don't generally translate, but we pronounce the way that we speak. And we reclaim the language, because the language of us, when we were settled in the 1600s, is around the same time as Shakespeare's language, so it's not that far away. So in saying it the way that we say it, and in reclaiming that language, that's where we are. I mean, there are other answers I could give you as well, because we don't just do Shakespeare. But I feel that other people are going to touch on things that would be similar to what we do there. But in the way that we do Shakespeare, and we just had a presentation by one of our Shakespearean actors on how he links the Bahamian dialects to the Shakespearean language, and he's done it in a very scholarly way. And it was kind of mind-blowing. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to, we're always reclaiming, and we're always repurposing and owning that thing that people said we could not have because we were not good enough.
I'll go next. So I would say genetics is a language. And for me, it's really important that we make this accessible to everyone. I'm really keen on that. And so part of what we're doing is making sure we have champions from each island, because how we talk in each island is a little nuanced, right? How we understand, like one word we say in Bermuda may have a totally different meaning in a different island. And we want to make sure we respect that, because that's how we preserve the archive as well. And so one of the things that plays a huge role is when we are communicating and educating and essentially getting people involved in what we're doing, we make sure that we are very sensitive to the language of the island, or even the group of people in that island that we're dealing with. And I love, as you can tell, I love talking about science and breaking it down as much as I can. And anyone that wants to learn genetics, I'm very happy to teach. But it's all about making sure it is digestible. And I think that's important. And I will also say, scientists are not really known for having great presentation skills. So I don't know if you can go back to your science teacher at school. And if you go to conferences, if you've ever been to a science conference, even myself, I am overwhelmed with how much words are on the screen and all the different diagrams. I'm like, ah. And so I'm doing an active protest by making all my presentations very pretty so that it's easier to digest. And I think that intersection between how we communicate science to the average, person, the general public, is something that needs to be worked on globally. But I'm really excited that we seem to be striking the right chord in the Caribbean, and making sure we do it in a way that, as I said, is very digestible, understandable, so that we are empowered with what we're doing, and it's not just new information, but it's educational. So that would be how I would, from my perspective, how language is key to what we are doing in genetics.
I want to tackle that.
So I'll quickly share what's coming up for me. immediately when I think language and words, I think values and value systems. And so when you are teaching language and a way of putting together words, you're also passing on values, beliefs, attitudes, and concepts. And so for me, it is critical, the words we choose, the language we choose to talk about who we are and to pass on information. I mean, so for me, like, and it used to annoy me, something as simple as cane rows and cornrows. And when you think of how much the US exports its culture, and when you think about the difference in those plantations and this and what took place, and therefore the experiences of the people, when somebody says cane rows, and you, okay, so I'm connecting that to a particular history, a particular experience, and therefore a legacy you've inherited, as opposed to if you say cornrows. So I'm connecting that to a particular history, a particular legacy, a particular experience, etc. And so when you in my pet peeve, do not use what is correctly identifying your background and therefore your genetics and epigenetics. You're not passing on correct data for the scientists in the group. The data isn't going to be accurate. And I'll touch a little bit on sound, and I'm going to link sound to a particular carnival characters because that's what I'm working with. And sound in terms of nervous system and states of being, being shut down or being rooted as opposed to being, neutral and safe or activated and in communication and relationship with others in an active way. And so those characters have particular songs, particular movements, which are meant to convey a particular archetype. And that character has a particular intention. And therefore, if you're not matching those correctly, you're not going to get your objective met through that archetype. So once again, there are some inaccuracies in there. And I'm not saying that there is not room for growth and evolution of these characters as they go through different centuries and over time, but the intention it needs to be there. The goal of this character. And the way those goals and intentions manifest may be different depending on the history that they're living through and the young ones who've taken them on and carried them forward. I hope I said that in a way that makes sense.
Yes, it did. Kai has a rejoinder for you.
I'm bringing my trouble. Onika, I'm so glad that you spoke about rootedness, because if I refer back to David's question, I just had to note it down. He said, looking at the role of sound, rhythm, and language, what they play in terms of the preservation of our cultural memory. The rootedness. So the sound and rhythm, they aren't just forms, they're pedagogy. It sticks. It's how memory sticks. That's the rootedness. Language, which you and I share that we love. Languages in terms of, if we talk about the Caribbean, we talk about our patois, we spoke about that. If we talk about the African continent, where I live, I keep going back to that, we talk about the various indigenous languages, mother tongue. So the languages, they anchor identity. Again, we're going back to the rootedness. And what all of this does, it makes space for creativity and translation. So again, it all goes back to the archive.
Yeah, and I'll add quickly, yes, language is so critical to the work that I do. And again, focusing on those experiences of first generation Caribbean children and the sounds and sights and the smells that they're seeing in the city, right? So we hear a little bit of Spanish, we hear a little patois, but also hear the subway train, the fast pace of city life connecting the diaspora. So the language and how we present it is articulated in all of the Callaloo work that I'm doing, whether it's on stage, with children's books, animation. So, and just to add to it, how we present this work, thinking about the body, the sound, as a theater practitioner, how do you take the written material and now present it to an audience, whether it's street theater or commercial theater or touring theater. And then also my experience, like working with PBS Kids. How do you present this now for television, right? So my perspective, also I've had to challenge my own training and this approach of, what is deemed as theater, European theater, or being trained in the US, and looking at how do I use the physical body when I'm directing actors, or how do I use masking. We use these beautiful puppets that we've crafted, and even working with designers, how do we show the indigenous, how do we show the indigenous character traits, whether it's the shape of the eye, whether it's the makeup that we use. All of this plays a huge role in presentation. And like that moment I shared in my presentation, when that young girl, she saw a connection between, language, but also there was a connection of the characters, right? She saw a character that resembled her abuela, right? So I think as a director, that's something, Kai, you mentioned Sinners, right? I had a very visceral reaction. I actually seen it 7 times because I keep looking and seeing these connections in language, in rhythm, in cinematography, in design. And I think that is the beautiful part of our culture, that when you can find all of these connections, this archive, this history starts to live and feel relevant.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes left, and I'm afraid to go to another question. Because it has been so engaging, and I know we have a 2 o'clock cutoff point. But there was one question I wanted to throw out to you guys, because I don't think we have touched on it in relation to the archives. And it is really, how has AI impacted on your work, either for the betterment or for worse? And if really, how has AI been incorporated into archiving through your work? Yeah? And I think we'll close with that question. And any one of our panelists, virtual or here, can take that one, and then we close.
I'll jump on it first if I can, because I do have a hard stop as well. So I think for genetics, one of the key things I touched on is how much data it is. We're talking about big data. Each of us has a minimum, and I say minimum because based on our knowledge of the reference genome that was made, which is actually more European-based, there are 3 billion data points that make us up. There is evidence that those of us of African descent have almost 10% more. That's a lot of data points. So minimum of 3 billion. And actually, as a region, we are starting a bit behind the 8 ball here. Other regions have been doing genetics for, almost centuries. But we can catch up. And one of the ways we can do that is with using AI to analyze the data, to look for these trends and find out, are we finding some new genetics that, people didn't know about before? One of the things that I want to leave with as well is that we are very valuable. It was touched on, I heard one of my fellow panelists say, I think it was Anika, that, the US exports their culture so much. And one of the things that I will say is we are valuable to the point where we are being sought after for our genetic data. And it's not something to be scared about. I know people think about, oh, they're going to try to kill us. No, let's look at it in the positive light. We are valuable because we are so mixed. We are so diverse, or admixed. It's very rare to find this in other parts of the world. And on top of that, we are small little islands that are geographically isolated. So our gene pools are very much, non-diluted. And I know I'm taking up all the time, but AI is super important for us to catch up. in my field. And I'm very excited that by 2030 is my goal, that we would be all caught up and actually advance that to other regions, because we would be standing toe to toe with them and showing them that the Caribbean is here in science.
So we've got 1 minute, and I'll make it quick so you can time me. So the question is really, and thank you to the others for allowing me to do this. So how can AI, what does AI do in terms of what we have to do? Technology can democratize the archive. That's the main thing. So people who are in far-flung areas can contribute to the archive. We look at social media, especially our learners, our students, our communities. They author their own narratives in real time, and that can assure that the archive stays alive and participatory. That was under a minute. Y'all need to clap.
That's my co-moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for what has been truly a very interesting, very informative, and to be honest with you, a very rewarding experience for me personally. I will tell you something. I was to have been on a different panel that dealt with the issue of hair and identity and skin color and all those kind of things. And because of scheduling of so, I was asked to sit on this panel. But to be very honest with you, not somebody that is involved in the field of classical archiving, but someone who's involved in cultural preservation. I think I benefited more than most from the richness of this conversation. And I want to thank Mariel for the opportunity and my panelists for really bringing to light this issue of archiving, not just removing the thoughts of just being a classical building and books and texts and records, but also looking at us and the way we do things and the way we think and our experiences, or tastes, or cuisines, or walks, or poems, looking at us as the archive, yes? And I want to thank them all here. Let me just bring up my AI technology. I want to thank online, again, Dr. Nicolette Bethel, especially with her new revolution in Shakespeare and interpretation of Shakespeare. Kai, always. Yeah, she's a New York girl, but she's very much Caribbean in the way she thinks and does things. And I think the one word that comes to me when I listen to you, Kai, is protest. Yes. Marjwan, thank you very much. The way how you approach, especially in your writings, and how engaging you are. And one of the things we need to remember, our children learn differently from how people teach in the North, the global North. They are tactile. They learn through discussions and repetitions and being able to feel and understand and go on experiences that relate to them in a real way. For many, many, many years, our children used to learn about the matter on mountains or songs like Float Gently, Sweet Afton. Those aren't our songs. We are the masqueraders, you know? That's who we are. We play the drums. We have our pidgin and our patois. That's who we are. UNESCO says, for argument's sake, colleagues and audience members, that we should teach our children in the first formative years in their mother tongue.
Yes, yes.
Not in standard English. That's why right across the Caribbean, we struggle each year with our CXE passes, because we're teaching them a foreign language.
Absolutely. Not
their own. Yes? So, I mean, that itself is part and part of what we have uncovered here in this discourse. And work that you do, Marjwan, is part and part of that. I want to thank you personally for it. I spoke about Onika and her very stimulating conversations.
You like that word.
But she really has, I think, embarked on a new frontier, for me certainly, of how we interpret archives and archiving, and how we ourselves are the text, yes? How we become the text in that new archive. and probably should govern the approaches to accessing that text. And did I mention Dr. Weldon online? Oh, she had to jump, okay. But I just want to thank her again, Dr. Karika Weldon, who also formed part of this very important discourse. So colleagues, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mariel.
And thank you very much, panelists, for this very engaging topic. Thank you very much, one and all.
What's up, it's your girl Nikita here on day 4 of Carifesta 15. We're still at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market, and I thought we were in Barbados, but right now we're in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Joining me is Stephen with all the energy in the world, which I love and appreciate. How has Carifesta been going for you so far?
Oh my God, in the first instance, it is hot. So there is something that we share in common.
Thanks, Storm Erin.
That's why I'm sipping on my snook one, but it's been intense because, of course, we are in the business of showcasing the best of who we are from Trinidad and Tobago. So, of course, a lot of background work. We've been planning for months for the unfolding of the past 2 weeks, I should say.
Well, let me see some things. Come and show me around. We have this whole booth going on.
Yeah, this is the first part of the experience. Because of course, in crafting the experience, we have to think about all of the generations.
Right.
So of course, every young person wants to take a photo to remember.
We have a backpack.
Because of course, Carnival is the
very soon.
Yeah. And we are now welcoming you to the experience of Trinidad and Tobago. So if you've not been to Trinidad and Tobago, this is going to give you a taste of what you can find. In the first instance, you find the warmth and the vitality of our people, and that is represented here. My colleagues from the Ministry of Culture, we are here and we're just spending time getting to know one another, networking, and sharing our stories, because I think that's what Carifesta is about, is bringing the entire Caribbean together for this wonderful experience.
So we're talking a Twin Island. I'm one of those people, those Bajans, that love a Trinidad Carnival. That's for sure. Costumes sell already and try, but I already get my registration in, so I'm good. But it's the land of festival, the capital of culture. So give me a little taste about Trinidad. When I come to Trinidad, what should I do? Where should I go?
Well, I think you have to get to the beach. But if you're talking about festival and culture, we are a beautiful blend of traditions. So you would see represented in this booth today both islands, Trinidad and Tobago, so you'd find some very distinct things about us. So in Trinidad, of course, it's all about the cuisine, all about the street food, and we are also we are a business hub. So it's the island that is big on industrialization. But when you go across to Tobago, it's rest. It's really
crab and dumpling.
Crab and dumpling, yeah. Of course. And of course, in Tobago, steel pan.
Yes, come. You hands full, so I can try. I know my way around the steel pan. My dad plays. Of course, I love the music. We had Young Renegades yesterday. Was good. But you hold one.
Yeah.
You be my right hand. I'll be the left hand.
Yeah.
Give me a little say. What we doing here?
Yeah.
What am I playing?
So listen, there are some people who will crucify me for this.
I know, me too.
But it's all about the wrist work.
Wrist work.
And here, you gotta fake it until you make it.
For sure. All right then.
But this instrument, this is our national musical instrument. It is our baby. It is our own, and we are very proud of it. As a matter of fact, we're happy to be here in the month of August, because August in Trinidad and Tobago it's Independence Day, but it's also Steel Pan Month. So all month long, there are a series of activities that you could come and enjoy, where you get to hear the bands like Renegades and many others, both the young people And passing through the booth, we are seeing young people who are more interested in thinking about their future in terms of performing artists and that kind of thing. So we are really proud of the evolution of
Preserving that culture and keeping that legacy for sure. I mean, like I tell you, I love Trinidad. That's the truth. They all in the panyards, and you see the young ones coming up, and they truly embrace the steel pan. So it's a movement.
Yes.
So what are you looking forward to most?
From Carifesta, I'm actually looking forward to some rest and going to the beach. But what is beautiful about exchanges like these is that the things that we take for granted, even right in the Caribbean, and even at home, it's a learning experience. So even in preparing for the exhibit, we got to learn things about ourselves, our identity. And as we walk around and as we get to meet our brother and sister islands, it's a beautiful moment when people share history and exchange cultures. So you leave the experience feeling more edified and refreshed.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Stephen.
Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you.
I look forward to seeing you for Carnival next year.
I will be there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here again at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market, we are hopping around the islands that are represented right here for Carifesta 15. We're on to the Spice Isle, Grenada. We have Nasil here. And Nasil, are you already stepping on some nutmeg shells, I assume?
So this is our therapeutic pictorial area that we set up, and we allow persons to take picture. Yeah?
Now, if you were living under a rock, Spice Mass went down it was what, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago? The jab, you had everybody in their feelings. I will never miss Spice Mass again. Real quick, tell us a little experience about Spice Mass in Grenada.
So Spice Mass is our premium brand, and we look forward to it each year. The visitors look forward to it. So we come with a bang. Our promo this year was on point because we were overwhelmed with the visitors, and we are happy and elated for that.
So we call it the Spice Isle of the Caribbean. Nutmeg is a spice that I know of, but I know that you have a ton more of spices when it comes to Grenada. So here I'm seeing some rub and spray. We have tea, we have rum, nutmeg syrup. I can put that on my pancakes?
Yes, you can put it on your pancakes.
Love it. And what else do you have here?
We have some aromatherapy, so we have some rubs and sprays which takes care of your aches, your pains, your joint pains.
Wow.
We have the pepper sauce.
Yeah.
It's done by GCNA, our industry that is legally to export on our behalf in the country. We have Barron's pepper sauce.
Is that banana ketchup?
So this is Barron's pepper sauce, right? So it's all done from our peppers in Grenada. It's not imported pepper. So it's a pepper with a heat.
I see something here that my dad loves a lot. Is this banana ketchup? Daddy got banana ketchup?
Banana ketchup. You can flavor your pot with this rather than using the regular tomato ketchup. You get the same or even a better aroma.
And it's healthier.
And it's healthier.
Yeah. Love to see it. I gotta get some banana ketchup for my dad for sure. We have some books as well.
Yes, we do have some books from our authors, Grenada published authors. So it's
children's books.
We have puzzles, we have the actual readings, we have the actual activity books for children. So we have a wide range.
Yes. So much to experience here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. We move over to the art. I see some art over here, some batik, some crochet, some bags, some scrunchies. Walk us through here.
So this is our fashion and apparel, all locally done by our Grenadians.
Some earrings.
Scented candles. We have scented candles from 2 of our manufacturers. We have for the men.
What's that?
It's a beard conditioner. Oh. So we not only tailored and catering for females, but we do cater for the males.
Yes, keep the beards nice and full.
We have the beard oil, so we want men to come on out into Grenada booth because we do have things for the men.
Love to see it. Well, thank you so much, Nasil. It's been a pleasure. And like I said, I will never miss Spice Mass.
And we look forward to Carifesta the next year, next 2 years. And it is, trust me, a grand experience for Grenada. It is our first time entering in the trade aspect of it, right? So we welcome it. Our manufacturers were happy to have their products showcased here so that we can network and find markets for them. And this is why we're here. We look forward to our regional and the CARICOM bodies and heads to network using the bilateral and the those agreements, trade agreements, to make trade happen inter-regional.
Frequently.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, nice meeting you once again. Thank you. Of course, we're roving around and moving around here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. All of the Carifesta 15, we've seen Trinidad, we've seen Grenada, and now we're stopping here at the British Virgin Islands. I know of two of them. I've been to Virgin Gorda and Tortola before. We're here with Natalie and Renicia. And she's actually the regional marketing manager, right? That's what I heard. So what can we expect down the aisle? Or down the chain of islands, I should say.
In the British Virgin Islands, you can expect culinary delights, you can expect adventure, beauty, beautiful scenery. Every island is unique, and what we like to say in the British Virgin Islands is you can have breakfast on one island, have lunch on another island, and dinner on another island. We have ferries that transport you to the islands. Minimum, I would say about 30 minutes away. Our most northern island is Anegada, so that's about an hour and a half away, hour and 45 minutes. But every island is very unique.
I agree. How many islands?
So we have 60 islands and keys, but we have 4 main islands, and not all the islands are inhabited, but we have 60 islands and keys, 4 main islands, Tortola, Virgin Gorda, and Just Van Dyke. And this beautiful image that we chose is actually on Virgin Gorda called the Bats. So you actually trek down some really big boulders. It's a little exercise, but once you get to the open, it's a beautiful, a whole new world.
And like you said, it's like the best way to island hop, right? You got a taste of everybody. Okay, so what can we see here at the booth today?
So today we just have an example of our product, which is Virgin Gorda the Bats. Today we have a map. This is a map that I created. It's basically a road map for the Caribbean friends. Okay. We wanted them to be able to know how to trace their route from where they live to the BVI. So these are all of the regional airlines, and they are color coded. So for example, the yellow plane is Liat. So if you live in St. Lucia, for example, it shows a direct flight. For example, if you live in Dominica, the green flies into Caribbean and so forth. So you're able to look at this and have a bird's eye view of how to get to the BVI from where you're from. Because we want you to come, right? And also
we have some food here on the table. I see things.
Local goodies. This is sweet potato pudding. It's absolutely great. Everyone seems to love it. We have fudge by a local vendor. Her name is Jeray. These candies is really good. And she also makes these really great peppermint candies. They're absolutely refreshing.
I'm glad I don't have my kids here today. They'll probably raid this table.
And then we have some tarts. We have guava, pineapple, and we had coconut, but everyone loves coconut because it's the best. It's the best tart. And we also have our events calendar, for the rest of the year, so that persons can know. Can plan a trip to the BVI. They know what is coming up in November.
What's the standout event on the calendar?
Our Emancipation Festival, and it just ended, our 71st edition. That was in the middle of July to the first week in August. Right. So that's a really good event that we want persons to come to because it's all about culture. You learn about the food, the people, and just have a great time.
Okay, well, I love it already. I need to book a flight soon. Tell me about that.
Great event coming up. It's called the Anegada Lobster Festival. It is the last weekend in November. So if you love lobster.
Oh, we Bajans over here love a lobster. Who don't love lobster?
It's from November 28th to the 30th. So you can visit bvifoodfest.com to learn more information about this event.
You seem like you get a lot of lobsters out there. You have a whole festival for them.
We have a lot of lobsters out there, yes.
Wow. Well, down here we do crabbing. I know we have a lot of crabs out this side. So, but you got lobsters?
At the Lobster Festival, they have many different types of cuisines that you can have. You can have lobster beignet, lobster ice cream, lobster
ice cream?
Yes. lobster taco. So the island that it's held on, they have a lot of lobsters. So we host a festival on that island.
I'm a girl that love her belly, but you piqued my interest there with lobster ice cream. That's one to try. And of course you have your pottery I'm seeing here.
We have an artist, his name is Carl, and he creates these nice potteries here. So different representations of BVI he has here, different little pots and, you know, vases that you can use in your home for decoration.
And coasters.
Yes, and we have coasters here by another artist, Via Donovan. All of these are her artwork that she creates. She's a well-known artist in the BVI. And then across here we have Mr. Bing Whitley. These are some of his artwork, and these represent some of the islands. Renicia spoke about the bats.
That looks like a good spot.
Exactly. She spoke about the bats. Yeah. Those boulders. It's a cathedral. You go in, nice pool of water. We call it the 8th wonder of the world.
It's you.
Yes, ma'am. And then this is a depiction of what Road Town or capital used to look like back in the day. Right. It's changed quite significantly, but that is the rendition, artist rendering of what it used to look like.
Oh, well, I love it. I am definitely intrigued. I have to come visit soon. Well, again, that's for sure. I know you have fantastic musicians over there and singers as well. We have some literature here.
Yes, we do. We have a lot of local authors. So we have a lot of their books on display. We have Patricia Turnbull. Yeah. We have quite a bit of people here.
Biographies.
Joseph O'Neill. Yes, we have stories, children's stories, Ruby's writings. We have quite a number of medicinal books, documentaries, history books. Quite a number of things we do have.
So what's the lasting message you want to leave with our viewers about BVI and telling them, inspiring them to come down?
BVI, people are warm, they're friendly, we have good food, it's a beautiful landscape, beautiful scenery, and again, once you get to the BVI, we have a number of islands that you can island hop from island to island, have a different experience throughout the entire day, throughout your entire stay. We're also known as the sailing capital of the world, so you can sail to many of the different islands. And again, what we want to leave with you is you come to the BVI, you become family, and you also will wake up, you have breakfast on one island, you have lunch on another island, have dinner on another island.
That is a bucket list for me for sure. I'll bring my luxury yacht all down to BVI, have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and that lobster ice cream is a must try. So thank you once again. Enjoy the rest of your Carifesta. Thank you. Okay, guys, we're here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. We've seen all the islands showcase what you can experience in the island. And we're about to tap over to Guyana. We're going down south and we're visiting Gail's Leather Variety Store. She has amazing footwear and leather craft items. So can you tell me some more about what you have here?
Okay, I have real handmade leathers.
Love it.
Yes, and as you can see, I have lovely sandals, slippers in all the fashion and description and color. You can come down to the Carifesta Grand Market and meet me at booth 60 and come and get your shoes. Whatever color you have in mind or style, I have it all.
And she's not kidding. When I first came here yesterday, my mom, she's the one that brought me over. She was like, you have to see this. You have to come over here and see these sandals. I grabbed her a pair and then I grabbed 3 more for myself. And